Franklin County Commission is now in session for this regular meeting, Wednesday, July 16th. It's good to see you all here this morning. We're going to get started with the prayer and the pledge. If you would, please stand. Our Father, we thank you today for this day that you've given unto us. We thank you for this time you've given us together. We're going to discuss matters today that are important. Some, Lord, that are going to make decisions for residents in this county that they need. Father, we thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to hear, to discuss, to deliberate, and to decide, not for us today, but on behalf of the people of Franklin County. We thank you for the opportunity to serve them, to represent them. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Mr. Rowan, is there anything that we need to add to the agenda or anything we need to do other than what was published?
No, sir. Good morning, Commissioners. Not necessarily. There's one item and the board could choose to handle it how. So I've been having I had a challenging couple of days, if you guys know. So my report was posted late to the agenda yesterday evening. We finally got our internet working over in East Point. So I don't know if the board feels that you need to maybe get comments at the beginning of my report for any of the items.
Okay.
Most of my items are discussion action items anyway.
Yep.
I've got nothing for consent, and that would be the only item that I would bring to your attention, sir.
Okay, well, we can do that. We can do that at the time, and there'll either be someone that wants to ask or there won't, so it's not a problem.
Okay.
All right. Attorney Schuler, nothing from you. Everything's good, correct?
Nothing,
Okay.
nothing additional from me, Mr. Chair.
All right. So I need a motion to approve the agenda as it's been published.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Amison. It has been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right. Up next, we are going to approve the minutes and pay the county bills. The minutes are from our regular meeting from May 16th of this year and July 2nd of this year.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, a second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Mr. Danny Gay, would you please step up to the podium, sir? Michael, do you want to say anything before we do this resolution?
No, I'd like you to read the resolution, and I
Okay.
have a few words, and then the clerk has a few words.
Okay.
In reference to what Danny has done.
Okay. So, Commissioners, after I read this resolution, I'm going to need to ratify it by motion and vote. I'll just remind you of that. This reads, Resolution of Appreciation and Thanks presented to Danny Gay. Whereas Danny Gay, Assistant Finance Director, has demonstrated exceptional leadership, dedication, and technical expertise in managing the successful implementation of a new phone system for the county offices and some constitutional offices. And whereas this complex and critical project required extensive planning, coordination, and problem solving, all of which Danny carried out with professionalism, patience, and tireless work ethic. And whereas the new phone system has significantly improved internal and external communication, streamlined operations, and enhanced overall workplace efficiency. And whereas Danny devoted countless hours, often beyond his regular duties, to ensure the project's smooth execution, showing a true commitment to the success of the department and the well-being of his colleagues. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Franklin County Board of County Commissioners, extend our heartfelt gratitude and sincere appreciation to Danny Gay for his outstanding contributions, unwavering dedication, and exemplary service. Be it further resolved that this resolution be formally recorded and a copy be presented to Danny Gay as a lasting expression of our thanks and recognition this 16th day of July 2025.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right, do I have a motion to approve? by Commissioner Sanders. We have a
Second.
second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion before we vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I've seen Mr. Gay's vehicle late in the evenings, and your dedication to the clerk's office in the county does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
I'll go ahead and vote, and then I'll say.
Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is a unanimous vote.
Mr. Chairman, I echo Commissioner Croom's sentiments. You know, you're an asset. I know I spoke last meeting about how our county employees wear many different hats, and we run a full county on minimal employees because they do wear many hats, and it's hats that they don't really have to wear, but you do, and you don't ask for anything for it. You don't ask for, we have the best county employees that we can have, not from the Constitution offices all the way down to our county-run board department. So thank you for your service to our county and to your community, and we're very appreciative.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Danny,
You're welcome.
for all you do.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I echo everything, Danny. You deserve 2 awards because you keep me straight.
Keep us all straight.
Yeah, you do.
Well, it's part of it. Danny has this issue. He's not lazy at all. He spends countless hours in anything he's involved in. So I would express to this board that that's an extension of who he already is. He's that way in everything that he's involved in. Thank you, Danny, for your service.
Thank you.
Commissioner, so I could use a couple analogies. One, the old sports analogy. I'm deep down in my own 20 or 10 or 15, and and Danny took the ball from me and took it across the goal line opposite way. Or I could say this, which I think is even better. Basically, we started off this project, God knows, years ago. It seems like years ago, Danny. And I'm not knocking the company. It's what we're getting is good. But salespeople, oh, this is easy. You guys won't have to do anything. It'll be automatic. Blah, blah, blah. The whole sales pitch. And did I fall for it? Yeah, I did. But it was a good product. What we have is really good. And as we learn more about it, it's you guys are going to see the benefits of it. I mean, basically, I could sit right here on my phone, desk phone, whatever device I've had, as long as I'm logged into my Teams account, I could reach anybody that has the same account in the county, including Fonda. I mean, anywhere.
Yeah.
And there's even a walkie-talkie app that's part of it that we can work on from cell phone to cell phone. But let me put all that aside. Better analogy, you're going on a long road trip, and basically, yes, I was in the driver's seat. I would tell you the first short leg of the trip, and when we stopped for snacks, Danny took over and right down the road, all the way. But commissioners, we've needed a new phone system for years, and it's a total change. It's not like the old phone system, they call the term for the old one, it's wired or whatever, but where you put somebody in hold and you could transfer the call. No, our phone system is embedded in Microsoft Office and Microsoft Teams, and I know I'm kind of speaking a different language to you guys right now, but no, it is the system of the future. There are things in it that we haven't even touched. But to get back to Danny, he took it, he ran with it. There was so much detail they needed from us, information. Danny made sure everybody had the correct accounts. Up to last week, he's still trying to straighten out accounts and licensing. And then it goes further than that. Everybody has a phone, they're loving it now. Danny is now the administrator in the background. So if something goes wrong, guess who they called? Not me. But if they call me, they're going to be transferred to Danny. It all goes to Danny. He is running the system from in the background, doing an excellent job. He is so good with details. Oh my goodness, I wish I had that. I wish I was able to be like that with Danny when it comes to that. He's really, really good, y'all. I tell you that, and I cannot express this morning how much he has done to get this project completed, and how much it's going to benefit the county is something you guys will see. I mean, all your constitutionals are loving it, that have it. The clerk is going to speak here in a second. She has it, tax collector, property appraiser, all your constitutionals in the courthouse, plus all your county departments, with the exception of, I think, emergency management, and road department. Emergency management was already embedded in another voice over basically it's phones that were running the internet. They were so embedded in theirs, and because of their setup, I'm like, if it's not broken, we're not gonna touch that one. So Jennifer's good. She gets the benefit, because some of us were on that system, she gets the benefit from extra equipment, which I just showed her in the back, that she can use for that system. We don't need to mess with that. But yes, almost everybody else is on it. We had to build, this isn't a reflection of Fonda. We started off with Fonda's department. He had 0 internet structure out there. So we had to build him a network structure before we could even get the phones installed. That in itself was a task, you know? But Danny was there, and he's doing an excellent job, commissioners. And again, I'm trying not to talk too technical, but he has done a lot of work on this. And I thank him every single day that I can for it. And I think this is appropriate. I thank the clerk because she allowed basically Danny the time and the hours to invest in this, where I know he has other responsibilities for the clerk too. Madam Clerk, I thank you very much
You're
for
welcome.
doing that, because I really needed that help. The county needed that help, let me
Yes.
put it that way. So, and I don't know if you have a few words to say.
Yeah, just a few words.
If you don't mind.
I believe the phone system was like, I know I've been at the clerk's office for 21 years, and I've had the same phone for 21 years until this came along. So I'm sure it was a lot older than that. It was much needed. And we started off every Monday with calls. Constitutional officers were on the calls, and we were able to fall off because of Danny. So I really do appreciate that, because he kind of took that lead where I didn't have to attend. He took it over, so it's greatly appreciated. I just wanted you all to know that whenever he done the audit of the phone lines, he was able to disconnect 46 phone lines from the county. And that is a savings of, to the county, $2,159 a month.
A month.
That is a $25,000 savings yearly. So that's a huge accomplishment, and I really do appreciate it, and really the citizens of Franklin County should as
We
well.
really do, Danny, we really do.
So thank you.
You're
Yeah.
welcome. No recognition needed, but I do appreciate your kind comments. Again, I couldn't have done it without, one, my clerk giving me the ability to do so, and Michael's underplaying himself a little bit because he was my right arm. So I do appreciate the kind comments.
Yep. I tell you, whatever vitamin he's taking to focus and detail, I need about 10 of those, because he's really good, y'all.
He's just detail oriented, sir.
Yeah, he really is.
He is.
Yeah.
So, Michael, you're gonna hand it to him?
Oh.
Take some
Can we
pictures?
take
What are we doing?
And Courtney swears to me she has a frame for this.
Okay.
She's out of town with her son right now, but
Yes.
she swears I couldn't find it. So Dan, you want to come up? So this is the best I can do for right now. If you would come up, and you, the commissioners, and the clerk, you guys.
I kind of feel like you pulled us out of the cave or something after all that.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like.
You're good, Commissioner? You can make?
Yeah, I'm good.
Sure.
I can get it there. Go ahead.
I know some people.
I'm gonna stand. Yeah, just get around. Just get around. Don't you worry about it.
A pink phone? 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Is that a pink phone?
I've got Jessica's
Michael Schuler, not you.
Oh,
Big smiles.
I'm good.
also.
Thank y'all. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Mr. Chairman.
All right. Michael, thank y'all for putting that together as well.
Hell, it's good.
Yeah, Courtney did a good job with
Good with
that.
that
That's-
background of the logo on it.
Courtney did a very good job with that, by the way.
Here you go, sir.
Thank you. This is the backup one.
That's fine. So the only speaker card I have for public comments, they're wanting to speak after FWC's presentation. So that's when we'll address that public comment. That's the only one we had today turned in. Correct, Mr. Morone?
Yeah, because it was on my phone. Commissioner, I'm sorry, I should have pointed us out earlier. Commissioners, you have two time-sensitive items on your agenda today. At 10 o'clock, we're going to get whatever we're doing, we're going to stop and go to FWC. They're all at a conference, so they're going to leave the conference, go to their rooms, and appear by Zoom for this presentation today. They're going to share that PDF that's on the agenda. Everybody had a link to it yesterday evening. And then at 11 o'clock, at 11:05, we have a land use and zoning change. So those are time sensitive, and I should have said that earlier.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Morone. Ms. Daniels, you're up next on the agenda. Emergency management.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Sorry. My stuff stuck together. First, Franklin County Emergency Management is requesting to retroactively approve the signing of the extension of the LSC on Friday, July 11th at 6:15 p.m. on behalf of the City of Apalachicola.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. It's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion before we vote, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
My second item is we're requesting the board's approval to sign the extension of the LSC on Friday, July 18th at 6:15 p.m. for the City of Apalachicola.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Number 3, we're requesting the board's signature and approval of a MOA, memorandum of agreement with Big Bend Transit to transport our special needs registrants to shelters during an evacuation.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom, and it has been seconded by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, Commissioners? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And last, we are requesting the board's signature and approval of our Emergency Preparedness and Assistance Grant in the amount of $105,806. This is our state grant that we get every year.
Okay.
Move.
Second.
All right. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, seconded, was that you, Commissioner?
Yeah.
By Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
That's
All
all
right.
I have, sir.
Anything else?
No, sir, that's all I
All
have.
right, sounds good. Anyone have anything for Ms. Daniels while she's here?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
I just want the board to know and the public to know that for the past, our last meeting, I received a call from Commissioner Newman out of Taylor County. And he procured, I guess, 18 pallets of water for the residents of the City of Apalachicola, in addition to the county, for us to use how we seem fit. So they delivered it on Monday. They were supposed to deliver it on Friday, but had some issues, so they delivered on Monday. So I want to thank Jennifer and her crew. I know she had to get a forklift driver to go out and unload the truck. So we've got an additional 18 pallets of water that we've got to figure out what to do with. Jennifer and I had talked about and discussed. I know they were dispensing some at the church, Living Waters Church. Jennifer and I were talking about maybe doing a pop-up day at the EOC. If you want to elaborate, Jen, you can.
I've been discussing with the city also and with Commissioner Ward about we have a lot of water still left at the EOC and how we do need to try and get it out to the citizens of the City of Apalachicola. And so one of the things we've been discussing is doing a pod and just doing it at the EOC and allowing people to come out there, pick up water, and opening both gates so we can just have a pull through and have the city come, and they're going to have to supply some manpower to help us load vehicles. I'm working out details right now with the city, and hopefully we'll know something, or at least have a date and a time and something set up pretty soon. I do know that if they've been trying to give some of the water to places like Head Start and the Matchbox, and especially places that have kids that are in the city that need water for during the during the summer. And so we're working on trying to get those places handed out too, and then we're going to get the pod set up. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
We discussed ECCC, because some people,
Yes.
you know, they don't have transportation, so I was wanting to make sure that some of the people that didn't have transportation could get water. But I do want to sincerely thank Commissioner Newman, you know, because he's from Taylor County. That's been one of the worst hit counties in the previous years with hurricanes, and yet here he is extending a helping hand. And I guess he got this contact, it's Blue Arctic Water, I believe. They're from down south. They came from Dade City, made a 5-hour trip to deliver water. So I just really want to thank those guys, Commissioner Newman and Taylor County and the Blue Arctic Water Group. And I didn't know Uber did freight, but Uber does freight transportation. That's who they had bring it up. So, and thank you, because I know, y'all were trying to talk and we were trying to talk. We were trying to coordinate it all together. I was texting Jen. I'm like, hey, can you have a forklift drive? Yeah, I got you. She made sure it was all taken care of, seamless. I never had a worry that it wasn't going to be taken care of. So I appreciate you and your staff
Yes,
for
ma'am.
doing that. Again, three staff.
3.
I
Yes,
mean,
ma'am.
again, our county departments they're small but mighty, all of them. But I just want to thank them and you. And whenever I told you I would help, if it's on a day, I'll go help deliver water or bring my trailer over if we need to, load the pallets on, and do what we need to do to get the people the water that they need.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Ward, that's 3 if she includes herself.
Yeah, well, that's
3
true.
including herself, not 3 additional employees. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to directive or motion to send a letter of thanks to the commissioner?
Yeah, can we do that? Can
Yep,
we do that?
we sure can.
I'll make that motion to send a letter of
Appreciation.
appreciation to the Taylor County Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
So we have a motion.
We have second.
Yeah, right, by Commissioner Ward. It's been seconded by Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Amison. Any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is a 5-0 vote to do so. Anyone else? Ms. Jennifer, thank you for everything.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
All right, Ms. Erin? It's bid opening time.
The county is opening responses today for an RFQ solicitation for civil engineering services for the surveying, design, permitting, and preparation of construction plans and bid documents for a new 5-foot wide sidewalk on the west side of Otter Slide Road from Ridge Road to Avenue A, and a 5-foot sidewalk on the north side of Avenue A from Otter Slide Road to Vrooman Park in East Point, as identified in the county's local agency participation contract with the Florida Department of Transportation, and the scope also includes design standards to ensure the sidewalk will be ADA compliant.
Do we?
Yeah,
Are we
this
supposed
one
to
is,
get sheets? Or are we supposed to get sheets, or?
actually, this one is an RFQ.
Okay. We'll just wrap on the back then. Okay.
Yeah, this one's an RFQ, so there's no numbers. It'll just be naming the
People,
respondents.
okay.
Jessica spoils us, by the way. She, with our sheets and,
Yeah.
yeah.
She's thanking us, but it's all good.
Okay.
While she's opening things, Commissioners, I will say that the potential review committee is going to be County Planner Bree Robinson, Ms. Courtney Bankston, and Ms. Kimberly Ratfield.
That's correct.
So you know when we make a motion, that's who we're going to be turning these over to.
Okay. The first one that's open is Baskerville Donovan Incorporated. And Baskerville Donovan is located within Panama City, Florida. Again, Baskerville Donovan.
It's been a while.
Okay, this next one is Dewberry Engineers Incorporated from Port St. Joe, Florida. Again, Dewberry Engineers Incorporated from Port St. Joe, Florida. This next one is JB Brown Professional Group Incorporated. doing business as JB Pro from Gainesville, Florida. This next one is Innovia Consulting Group from Tallahassee, Florida. Again, Innovia Consulting Group from Tallahassee, Florida. And this last one is North Florida Professional Services from, let's see, looks like Lake City, Florida. North Florida Professional Services from Lake City, Florida. And that concludes the respondents for that RFQ.
Wow. That's, Mr. Chairman, that's great that we got five
That is good.
people wanting that. I'll make a motion to approve this, for this to go to our ranking committee with comment.
All right. So a motion to approve by Commissioner
I'll second.
Ward, and we have a second by Commissioner Amison. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm glad to see this starting to kind of move along. When I first came on the board, I was really pushing to get a sidewalk so that the kids in that area could go from their homes on Ridge and Wilderness and around the area to the park. So I'm really happy about this. I know this is still, we still got a ways to go, but this is movement, it's progress, it's not stuck. So it's nice to see it moving along. So I'm glad to see this happening.
Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote. All right, Ms. Aaron, we're on to your report. Commissioners, do y'all have anything y'all want to pull to talk about individually before we look at these items on consent? Ms. Aaron, I want to discuss a couple of things.
Okay.
Number 6 and 11 and 12, I think we need to have discussion over.
I want to pull 8 and discussion 12 as well.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm looking at it. Hold on just a second, Chairman. There's a lot on here.
There is.
Oh,
7 pages worth.
Okay, yes, what's already been
6,
discussed?
8, 11, and
Yep.
12 we've pulled so far.
Yes, that's ones I was gonna pull.
Okay. All right. So if there are no others, I would entertain a motion to approve items 1 through 5, 7, and 9 and 10 by consent. All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Sarah, let's go to number 6.
All right, Commissioners. Number 6 is relative to the Sheriff's Law Enforcement Salary Assistance Grant Agreement. The Florida Legislature has approved the 4th-year funding of law enforcement salary assistance for fiscally constrained counties in efforts to bring the pay of law enforcement more in line with larger/better funded counties and state law enforcement. As part of the grant agreement, the Sheriff's Department is required to submit a spending plan to FDLE to outline how the funds will be allocated to eligible employees. In the attached spending plan from the Sheriff's Office, the $659,604 annual allocation will be distributed as follows, and I've got the excerpt pasted below. The Franklin County Sheriff's Office has been allocated $659,604 in LISA funding for fiscal year 25-26. These funds will be used to increase the annual base salaries of our deputy sheriffs and correction officers. Base salary for each employee is different due to the number of years and level of experience and other contributing factors. All deputy sheriffs and correction officers will receive $6,000 per year plus benefits for a total of $8,570.83 in LISA payments. Officers ranked at sergeant or below will receive an additional $2,190 per year plus benefits for a grand total of $11,699.02 annually in LISA funding. Board action to grant approval and authorization to the chairman to sign the attached law enforcement salary assistance agreement with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for the Franklin County Sheriff's Department.
All right. Ms. Aaron, I probably should have called and asked this yesterday, but I forgot. Did this go up from last year, or is this the same?
It did go
Seems
up.
like it went up.
It did,
About 100,000.
yes. Yep, yeah, it was, and it's actually, their amounts for, I believe, the benefits also increased.
Right.
Yeah, so last year it was 500 and something.
Right. Okay, so yeah, that's going up a pretty good bit. So now, I want to make sure I understand it correct. It is in English, but it's easy to misunderstand. So anyone that's ranked a sergeant or below are going to get the 6,000 plus.
Plus the
Okay.
2,190. Yeah.
That's what I want to make sure I understood.
Yep.
Anyone else have any questions before we entertain a motion? All right, pleasure of the board.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. It has been seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, I wish he'd do this for everybody, because, I mean, I know I've, you know, obviously, big supporter of law enforcement, obviously. My dad being the former sheriff and my husband being in law enforcement, but it'd be nice if he, because everybody works hard to make things work. Our county government, but anyway, I'm glad to see these guys getting some help and some benefits, but that's just my thought.
All right, anyone else? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Aaron, let's go on to number 8.
Okay. Number 8, after the last meeting in the torrential downpour which occurred earlier that week, an old stormwater pipe collapsed beneath Weems Hospital ER parking area. The stormwater pipe ran from behind the health department across the parking area beneath the CT trailer to a distant storm sewer inlet. Upon emergency excavation, it was noted that a large Duke Energy transformer will also need to be stabilized as the base was impacted by the collapse. That repair will be coordinated by Duke at a later date. The county contacted King's Plumbing and Coastline Clearing and Development for the emergency repairs, suction pump service, excavation work, and necessary pavement patchwork. King's Plumbing submitted the attached $2,380 invoice for their portion of the emergency repair and excavation. Pavement patching and vac truck service will not exceed $15,000. We've not received the invoice for those services yet from Coastline. It was urgent that the repairs be made immediately as sediment from the collapsed pipe was infiltrating the city's storm sewer system. Board action to approve payment for the emergency repair from the county's healthcare trust fund.
Mr. Chairman, before you proceed with that, Aaron, I didn't have a chance to call you. We got another call yesterday. There's another hole closer to the lift station, and Shane checked it out. He's working with King's Plumbing to check. It doesn't look as bad, as serious, but we are working on that this morning. King's Plumbing and Shane, they're working on that as well.
And that's why I wanted to pull and bring it up, because I was notified at a meeting yesterday evening that another hole had occurred in that same area. So.
We're hoping this one just needs to be filled. It wasn't backfilled all the way, and they didn't realize there was a hole there, but that's what we're hoping for.
Okay.
But Shane and King, they're on the job. So.
Okay, so to be continued.
There you go. Well, let's take care of this one. We'll worry about that one later.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but
Yes, okay. All right, so pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question. So this isn't gonna, obviously, the hospital's okay, it's not undermining anything safety-wise that we need to address further?
Yeah, no, we were worried about the parking lot, but I think that's all been resolved. You know,
Okay.
especially where the two handicap spots. If you notice, there's still cones around there. That's why.
Okay.
So, yeah, but we've got it resolved. Well, let me answer that question this afternoon. I'm sorry.
All right.
Reserve.
Any additional discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Ms. Aaron, let's go on to number 11.
All right, Commissioners, let's see here. Number 11, the budget workshops have been scheduled for Thursday, July 24th and Friday, July 25th. Upon conclusion of these meetings, the BOCC will authorize a millage rate to go out on the TRIM, the Truth in Millage Notices. The proposed millage rate that appears on the TRIM notice will be the maximum rate for the upcoming fiscal year, barring rare circumstances. Currently, budget requests are still coming in, and the 2025 taxable value as certified by the Franklin County Property Appraiser increased by approximately 9.34% over the prior year. This year will prove to be especially challenging as there is a lot of economic uncertainty and large reductions in some state and federal program funds. The board will also be assuming operations of the ambulance service, which will entail the creation of a new county department and the assumption and/or hire of approximately 20 employees. The tentative budget workshop schedule is attached, and I would like to poll the commission to see if you all would like to change the existing non-governmental agencies would only be asked to attend if they have an increase and will be included for discussion in the afternoon on the first day. The second scheduled day would be left open to be filled only if needed. All preliminary budget requests will be uploaded to the county website for review in the agenda link for the workshop. And the Franklin County School Board receives priority for their public hearing dates. The Franklin County School Board has their final public hearing set for September 17th, 2025, and Franklin County is the second priority taxing authority as far as setting public hearing dates for the budget. Board action to approve, and actually, we'll need you all to make a selection for Monday or Tuesday, September 8th or 9th for the first public hearing, and Monday or Tuesday, September 21st or September 22nd as the final public hearing dates for the 25-26 county budget. And the public hearings will begin at 5:15 in the evening. And Commissioner Ward actually brought it to my attention that there was a Policy and Innovations Conference the prior weeks as well, so that's actually causing a scheduling conflict as well for you all. And there's a strict advertising timeline, whereas you actually have to hold the final public hearing 15 days within 15 days of the first public hearing.
Right.
And you also have to hold those meetings 3 to 5 days after you actually advertise. So with a once a week paper, we're kind of limited on our options.
Imagine that.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't catch this yesterday reading your report, but I think it'll be Monday, September 22nd, and Monday,
Oh, is it?
September
Oh, okay,
22nd, and Tuesday,
yeah.
September 23rd.
I've got to stop using my little. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I mean, I'm okay with either one of those. I don't know what the rest of the board is.
Okay, 23rd.
I'm gonna have to make
I'm
my
okay
work
with either one of
arrangements.
those days as well.
What's best for you?
So the 8th and 9th was right, but the other one's the 22nd, 23rd?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Y'all want to do Monday or Tuesday? It doesn't matter to me.
Doesn't matter to me either. What's best for you?
Monday works fine if you all are okay with Monday.
All right, let's do the 2 Mondays. And Miss Erin, I'm fine with what we've been doing with the NGOs. If they haven't asked for an increase, to try to handle it all in one day.
Okay,
I'm fine with that if
Okay.
the rest of the board is.
okay, gotcha.
I don't see us not funding any of them, so,
And those are both at 9 a.m.
yes.
The workshops.
workshops.
Workshops are at 9
Oh,
a.m.
the budget, or
The
6.
public hearings are at 5:15.
5:15.
Yes.
Yep,
So
we'll do-
if an NGO actually has an increase, we would actually hear them on the first
Right,
day. And
right,
then
right, in the afternoon.
not request the others.
Right.
So the hearings on the 8th and the 23rd is at 9.
8th and the 22nd.
8th and the 22nd, everything to do with the hearings are at 5:05 in the afternoon, is that correct?
5:15.
5:15.
Yep. Yeah, 8th and the 22nd would be
8th
the
and the
2
22nd at
Mondays.
5:15, Commissioner.
Sorry for the confusion, Commissioner Cream. She was asking for 2 things. One of them has to do with how we're going to handle NGOs during our budget workshops, which are in the mornings.
Which is next week.
Yeah,
Thursday
next
and
week,
Friday,
yeah.
Yes.
The 24th, 25th. I believe that's right. And then the other thing is what we're talking about here with the scheduling of the public hearings, which will be with board action and approval, the 8th and the 22nd at 5:15 in the evening.
Mr. Chairman, if I could for a couple of minutes, just to explain. So the workshops that's coming up on the 24th and 25th allows the Board of County Commissioners to interact with everybody that you fund, from your county departments, constitutional officers, NGOs, everybody else. That's your time to work out the budget with them. And Aaron can explain how the trim works after you guys set that, what is it, we said, interim, what do you call it?
You actually set a preliminary.
Preliminary
millage rate.
millage rate. The ones at 5:15, that's in September, Commissioners, that's when you interact with the public.
Yes.
That's when the public has the opportunity to ask you to change anything, in your budget, lower it, change, fund an NGO, non-governmental. That's when you get that interaction, that's with the public at that time.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between the two. But that's the intention of the two different, the workshops versus the public hearing.
Although the workshops are also a public meeting, so the
Oh,
public
yes.
can,
Yeah,
keep
the
their
public,
person's
they have a
knowledge
chance to
within.
do that, but most of that interaction is with your departments, for the most part.
Aaron, have there been any new additions of NGOs?
Actually, if we keep the same ones that were funded last year, so basically everyone received a budget request letter that was funded as a recurring NGO. So all of the same slate of NGOs. with the exception of those. I think last year we gave a couple like a one-time, but that was actually funded from Parks and Recreation as a one-time allocation.
I don't, Commissioner Kruger, that's where you're heading, but those one-times will not be considered as part of your NGO, normal NGO list.
And no new ones.
Yeah, no new ones,
Okay.
and those one-times that you gave last year will not be considered this time.
Mr. Chairman, I will say that at our conference, we attended, I attended the Doge class, and they're looking heavily at NGOs. In addition to, you know, of course, the county budgets and things, but they're also looking at NGOs, so that'll be interesting to see how that transpires, but anyway, I just want to bring that up.
Like, I'm sorry, I don't go too far down that rabbit hole, but because of accountability?
I think it's because of accountability. They're wanting to ensure that the money that they're getting is actually going to what it's supposed to be going to, and then it's allocating, like, for example, if it's a food pantry, how much they're spending on food versus how much they're, you know, basically doing an in-depth audit, so to speak, of NGOs like they did with us, the counties and stuff.
So,
And, you know, they're doing counties as a whole. They're doing each, you know, they're looking at counties individually. And the question was asked, well, what about the constitutional officers as well? And so they're looking at doing those as well. But, of course, Franklin County, we don't have any, we do great. We don't have anything to hide. But
Yeah.
I think they're looking at everything, NGOs included.
they want to be more specific on the information we get from NGOs moving forward then as to how the money is spent. I mean,
I think they're looking at not
we get a report,
us,
but not too detailed at this time.
Not us, but the
Yeah.
actual NGOs
Okay.
themselves. Yeah, and the money that we give the NGOs. Are we giving
Yeah.
them too much?
Yeah, okay.
All right, so, Ms. Aaron, on here, when we're going to do whatever motion we're gonna do, does it need to include, what you've asked? So I know what you've asked down at the bottom with board action, but you also ask in the body of
Yeah.
this request to, you know what I mean, to move it all to one day.
One day, yes.
Yes,
So-
it was getting late on Sunday,
No, that's good. So we're looking at moving everything for the workshops to, if there is a change for an NGO,
Yeah,
they'll be asked to come on the first day. We'll
Correct.
do them in the afternoon.
yeah,
And board action to approve, I think everybody's got a consensus of Monday the 8th and Monday the 22nd for our public hearings.
correct.
All right. Do I have a motion for that?
I'll make that motion.
All right.
Second.
All right, we have approval of that by Commissioner Ward. Motion. It has been seconded by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is a 5-0 vote. Go ahead, Ms. Aaron, with number 12.
All right, Commissioners, number 12, this is board information and discussion. This is budget request from departments summarized to date. The budget request letter sent to all constitutional officers and county departments read as follows. Franklin County is beginning preparations for the fiscal year 25-26 budget. All budget requests must be submitted utilizing the forms provided by July 1st, 2025. At the direction of the board, please keep your request to the minimum that your department can operate while providing the same level of services with the same number of employees. Funding requests for additional capital outlay beyond your current allocation is also discouraged. The state has extended the legislative session to address issues with the state's budget and proposed property tax reform. The financial impacts to the county's revenues are unknown at this time due to the pending legislative changes and uncertain national economic conditions. In the current 24-25 budget, the county funded year 4 of the 5-year pay plan implementation and provided a 4% inflationary adjustment to bring salaries to current market rates. The 5-year plan offered a statistical peer database solution to address wage disparity, market value discrepancies, some wage compression issues, and provided a gradual escalation in base salaries to meet the $15 minimum wage mandate in 2026. The pay plan has addressed many of the county's issues with compression and has also resulted in improved employee retention and recruitment. A full pay plan reevaluation is recommended every 5 to 7 years, and a full reevaluation will be planned during the upcoming year. An inflationary general wage adjustment for all employees will be utilized for planning purposes in the upcoming budget. Please see the summarized requests received to date from constitutional offices and county departments. And I will say some of them on here, I am still actually getting their forms out to them. So, for example, I will typically, get the clerk her forms last. I also haven't done my own budget request form, nor have I actually done emergency management, whereas Jennifer has already left. So there's a couple more that I still have to wrangle at the moment, but that is where we are so far.
Okay, so Ms. Aaron, in our current schedule of what we're doing, what is the, is it 3%? What's the normal range we'd be doing for employees on an annual basis?
Well,
2%, 3%, what?
we are actually thinking it would be somewhere from 3 to 4% would be the inflationary adjustment in the upcoming year.
As recommended by Evergreen, because we did, you know, you and I did reach out to Evergreen.
did
That's what I was-
They
yeah.
recommended, yes.
That's what I was trying to
Yeah.
ask, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so, is that something that has been sent to the letter to everybody that's submitting their budgets?
It was, and thus far, the only department that actually submitted an across-the-board increase was the sheriff's department.
Okay,
Everybody else kind of complied with
yeah.
the
So-
instructions on that.
Okay, so I'm good with the 3 or 4, whatever the board decides, but that's where my mind's at.
Okay,
So, I mean, I don't know if,
okay.
I don't want to single anybody out, but if they're the only one that's above that line, they might need to relook at their budget.
Okay, do you want me to ask them to resubmit without the increase?
I'm just
Because
one of 5, but if that's, we're doing everybody, then we're doing everybody.
I agree.
That was my
Totally
question,
agree.
too. So 3% and 4%, which one was it that you
Yeah,
just answered?
yeah, we were thinking of 4. That's
That's where
actually what
everyone's-
we had talked about with Mark.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman,
And that seems to be in line with what other local governments are doing.
I've seen everybody do from 3 to 5,
Yeah,
all around us in the panhandle.
So, let me be clear, because I want to clarify with Aaron and the board. So, you did not ask anyone to put the 3, to put any
No.
increases at all?
No.
So,
no,
if-
so that's on the board side,
So,
right? That's
yeah,
on
so
our
that would
side,
actually
That's
be, we
right.
would actually go
So-
back and add after the fact. So
Okay.
really, you know.
So
I
if
would-
we're asking to redo it, we're asking to redo it with taking all
Yeah.
the raises out.
Correct.
That's right.
Okay.
And then you guys make that
Correct.
determination
Yeah.
as, doing your workshops, after you kind of have a sense of where we are with all your departments and everybody that you fund.
Yeah.
That's,
I think that'd be more beneficial discussion for the workshops and for the public hearings we'll have.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I personally think if one gets it, they all should get it. Like, if say, for example, I'm gonna throw this out there, constitutional officer wants across-the-board raises for their employees at 15%, then I feel like the clerk's office should get that, the supervisor of elections office should get that, EOC, all our county departments should get that, personally, and that's the way I feel. Because they all work hard, they all do their jobs efficiently. I mean, we just recognized Mr. Gay this morning. Is he entitled to the same amount that everybody else gets? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel like it's only fair. So if one department gets it, they all should get it. And I know that's a burden on our taxpayers, but that's just the way I feel about it.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
Mr. Chair and board, what we also got to keep in mind is, we've taken on a new department. as
Oh.
well. And not including, I don't know if we included this, but I know we had a discussion, Aaron, about healthcare consultant. That's something else that we all look
Yeah.
at. That's going to be coming out.
Yeah.
So all those things ought to be taken into consideration.
yeah, Commissioner Crew, that's a very good point. Very good
Actually, we
point.
took on 2 new departments.
Yeah.
We have code enforcement, we have senior services.
Yeah, that's true.
Do we need to resend a letter?
You want to resend a letter or just
To all
reach out to that
departments?
department?
I mean, really, that's at the discretion of the board. I mean, we can do a formal letter, but at the moment, it would only be the one department that
Yeah, they're the
that
ones
needs
that
to
has,
resubmit.
this included
So,
raises in their budget.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. It's however the board feels though, I guess, I mean,
I think, Mr. Chairman, that it wouldn't hurt to send another letter to say, look, this is where we stand.
Okay.
If you get, you're across the board at this %, then the whole county is gonna have to get it. So go back to the drawing board and rethink, because they're already getting 3 to 4%.
3%.
They're getting 6,000 something more from the government, so
I just think it'd be cleaner to ask them to resubmit without the
Okay,
raises
yeah.
included.
Okay,
Mr.
that's what we'll
Chairman, do
do.
you just need direction for Aaron?
Yes, that's what,
Okay.
yes, as far as I know. You didn't ask for a motion, so you just need direction, correct? It's not what's written down, there's not.
Correct.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah, so I'm fine with that if everybody else is, because
And I guess you answered my question, Aaron, because I've seen some increases in other departments.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that wasn't included in any raises.
No.
Plus the 3 or 4% inflation.
Yeah, the rest seem to be operational expenses.
All right. Ms. Aaron, anything else?
Let's see, actually,
Hey, you gotta talk about the Lanark EMS and.
yes, Lanark EMS, the groundbreaking ceremony on July 11th was well attended. I've also included a folder of the photos from the ceremony and the open house for, Lanark St. James Fire Department, and that was actually included as an attachment to our report. And
And I did fix with the local paper my misquote. FERDAP did not supply $600,000 to that building, the Department of Health did. So, oh yeah, I completely blew it. I just quoted the wrong alphabet soup. But anyway, but we got it right for the record for the paper.
Yeah. And then also, just for information, last year I did present to you all a retail strategies grant opportunity through Duke Energy, which was not funded. Retail strategies will actually fit within a Florida Commerce grant program that's actually running right now and open with the grant applications due on August 1st. So we'll be actually gathering letters of support for that program because I know you all had expressed a desire to pursue retail strategies last year. So
Yes.
I assume that's still the same.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, let's do that.
Okay.
One other thing that came up the other day related to that, and I don't remember what the name of it is, I'm going to get it wrong, but it's in August, it's in East Point at an air, FSU's doing it, but it is also about business and entrepreneurship. It's basically free classes, you do have to sign up for them. It's free, lunch is provided all 3 times, the 3 successive Fridays starting on the 8th. So anybody wanting to, out there, in business or wanting to expand business or do anything else, you might want to make sure you're aware of that. So it's a class they're doing from their School of Entrepreneurship about starting businesses, crunching numbers, and basically how to do the nuts and bolts of business. All right, anything else, Ms. Aaron?
That's it.
All right.
Chairman, can I recommend?
I was going to ask you, I can't remember what it was.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
About to get ready to
Yes.
bring in
Yeah.
FWC. They're going to all attend on Zoom. I see Erica's already there.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple more to join. Can we take a break so we line them up and have them ready to go at 10? I think that's when it was time certain, was it? Yes. On the agenda.
Yeah, because I can't remember what I was trying to remember. Let's take a recess and we'll come back at 10.
You need something?
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. We're moving on our agenda to an update from FWC about Apalachicola Bay Restoration Project and what information will be presented to the upcoming FWC Commission at their meeting next month. Ms. Erica?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can y'all see my PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Fantastic, thank you. Thank you for having FWC here today. I have with me our Regional Director, John Creamer, and Morgan Eason, who works in our oyster subsection. And as a reminder, my name is Erica Burgess. I'm the section leader for analysis and rulemaking. And my team is leading the restoration efforts in Apalachicola Bay as well as the rulemaking. And we've been invited here today to talk about the process for rule development and where we're at. So I will go through a few slides about that. FWC has several overarching goals for Apalachicola Bay that includes restoring 2,000 acres of oyster reef by 2032 and reestablishing an oyster fishery with a long-term culching program. We see the path forward for this with short-term, near-term, and long-term steps. For the short term, that includes a limited reopening of the fishery, continuing to conduct restoration, and the amount of restoration will be contingent on funding, and continuing to keep some areas closed that aren't ready to be open to harvest yet or that are not in open waters. For the near and long term, our focus will be to secure funding for restoration and maintenance of harvested reefs. And staff estimate that in order to achieve our goal to restore 2,000 acres by 2032 and to have that reestablished oyster fishery with a long-term culching program, we will require an annual budget between $30 and $55 million each year. So our ability to achieve our goals is contingent on funding. So FWC right now is considering rulemaking because the old harvest regulations do not match the current state of the resource in Apalachicola Bay and elsewhere in Florida. Many of Florida's estuaries have lost 80 to 90% of the oyster reefs. Apalachicola Bay's oyster fishery collapsed in 2013, and then FWC closed wild oyster harvest in 2020 after the bay had not shown a positive response and recovery. The current closure is set to sunset on January 1st, 2026. As we're considering rulemaking, we held multiple public workshops, several in person and 3 online. They're all focused in the northern part of the state, and the dates and locations are shown on this slide. Our objectives for proposed rules are to both focus on Apalachicola Bay and statewide. The primary focus is Apalachicola Bay, where we're recommending to create a new management framework for oyster harvest that includes establishing ecological thresholds to open reefs. So reefs would only be open to harvest if they meet certain thresholds for abundance of legal-sized oysters. We'd also recommend allowing conservative harvest levels to support long-term success and provide both commercial and recreational harvest opportunities. We'd also like to set up a process to resume culching and a culching program for harvested reefs. Statewide, this would apply to Apalachicola and elsewhere where wild oyster harvest is allowed. We are recommending proposed rules to reduce the amount of undersized oysters that harvesters can hold, so that undersized tolerance, and limiting the amount of substrate from reefs that would help us in both instances to minimize reef loss. So this slide has a lot of elements on it. This is a sketch of our recommendation for proposed management framework for Apalachicola Bay. It includes establishing a process for determining when to open a reef and setting reef-specific harvest limits. We've established a procedure for distributing annual harvest limits through bag tags to participants in the fishery, both to commercial and recreational. The season for both commercial and recreational would be October 1 through the end of February, the first season kicking off on October 1st, 2026. Commercial harvest, we're suggesting it to be allowed Monday through Friday, and recreational harvest Saturday and Sunday to separate the two user groups. For the commercial fishery, we're recommending to establish an Apalachicola Bay endorsement. We are asking the commission to choose one of two options. They may provide a third option that they come up with on their own, though. The first option would maximize individual opportunity by having fewer participants, and the second option would maximize the number of participants. Under both options, there would be the same set of qualifications. That would be applicants would have to have an individual or crew saltwater products license, a shellfish, also known as a bivalve endorsement. They must be a Florida resident. And in the first year for 2026, the eligible applicant would have to have demonstrated prior landings in Apalachicola Bay. We're also recommending to establish an Apalachicola Bay recreational oyster permit. This would be a limited opportunity permit where applicants would have to apply each year and enter a lottery. Both recreational and commercial would have mandatory reporting and landing locations, and we are suggesting to reestablish a culching program dependent on funding. The two last items on the screen apply statewide. That is the updating the culling requirements to remove substrate and reducing the undersized oyster tolerances. And then there's also a administrative process we'd like to go through called rule cleanup, which would reorganize the rule to match the organizational structure for other marine fisheries rules. So no major changes there, just different numbering in order of the rule. To give an idea of what harvest opportunities might be available, this slide shows our results of monitoring from 2025 within Apalachicola Bay. The threshold we're suggesting for the commission to adopt would be 400 bags per acre. And based on the monitoring in 2025, there are 4 reefs that meet or exceed that threshold. Monitoring would occur every year, so ahead of the 2026 season, we would have new numbers, and each year we'd use those new numbers to determine which reefs would be open and how much could be harvested. The next step for us is a proposed rule hearing, which will be August 13th through 14th at FWC's commission meeting in Havana, Florida. You can go to our website to learn more. The agenda should be posted soon. And there are ways that folks can comment if interested. You can email us. You can go to our website, myfwc.com/saltwater comments. You can email us at marine@myfwc.com, or you can attend our August commission meeting. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do y'all have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to state this, and I've stated this in the past, and I don't know if you can answer this, Erica, but I did say at a meeting prior, before the governor signed the budget, y'all were asking for $30 million to continue these restoration efforts. And I asked you at that time, what happens if you don't get the money? Where we stand? And we didn't get the money. I know you have other sources of income and sources of grants and things for money, but where does that leave us since you didn't get that money? I know you've got the future, proposed and all this, but for our people in our community that have worked on the water their whole life and are wanting to get back on it, where does that leave them? Where does that leave us as a board?
No, that was certainly disappointing. We did end up with $2.1 million for next year, and we are right now discussing how to best use those funds, and we'd welcome your ideas and suggestions. We do have NIFWA funding coming down the line, but our agency will continue to request funds closer to the scale that I showed in our slide, and it's up to the legislature to ultimately decide whether they're going to appropriate those funds to us or not. The governor did, in his recommended budget, have $30 million for Apalachicola Bay. And when the legislature finished up their session, that number was reduced to 2.1 million. So we could certainly use everyone's help in letting the legislature know how important this funding is to the state of Florida, not just Franklin County.
My only request is, and I hope you wouldn't, I just don't want to be left hanging. You know, a lot of people come in, and as long as the money's there, they're gonna do this and do that, but then there's no money, you know, people drop us like a bad habit, and then we're stuck with a mess and with nothing for our community, and the bay's still closed, and nobody's making money, and there's nothing being done to restore it, and so we're stuck. And that's my only frustration with not getting the money, and I hope that doesn't happen. I know, again, we got Nipwith, we got Enter, we got all these other entities, but there's gonna be a time where people are gonna stop the funding, and I just wanna make sure that our community and our citizens and this board don't get left with an empty bag, so to speak. And I know that's, you know, nothing directly at you, but I'm just saying I just want to make that point.
Erica, you answered one of the questions, which was how much funding was secured, which is $2.4 million for next year, correct?
2.1.
2.1?
2.1.
2.1. Has there been any more discussions about any more public workshops to inform rule development, or that is all?
Yeah, so after our commission meeting, we'll be back for more public workshops. At the commission meeting, we hope that they will narrow down the commercial option for participation, either choosing 1, 2, or something else, and we'll workshop that. They may also tweak other items in the staff recommendation too. So we'll be back to Franklin County and we'll present, here's what the commission approved, here's what they're thinking about, and we'll take in more comments. Based on the comments, staff may recommend something different for the final rule. That does happen. So continued engagement by the citizens that this rule affects is very important, so that we can be, one, sharing their opinions with our commissioners, but also maybe coming up with recommendations for changes to what's proposed that would improve the outcome for everyone.
All right, and this may be a John question. Has there been any discussion about the commission coming meeting in Franklin County as stated before?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We put that up to the director and Chief Conservation Officer George Worthen. They'll be getting with the chairman. We did talk with the school about a possibility of doing it there because that would be the only venue that we could have. So that decision hasn't been made yet, but it will be sometime in 26 before we could schedule something. So again, I'll keep you posted and we'll let you know what they decide.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Erica, the presentation that you gave today, and you may have already answered this, and if you did, I apologize. This is what you guys are going to be presenting to the FWC commissioners in Havana in August?
Yes, this is our presentation. The details, some of them are still being worked through with our legal office, and about a week ahead, the full details will be posted to our website so that folks can review them before they make the trip to Havana to give comments.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Or you could also email us after you've read the full proposal, your comments, and those will go to our commissioners.
A follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. The meeting, I know you said the agenda hasn't been posted yet, and I know you probably don't know when. You said soon. Do you have any idea of when this discussion is going to, because I know the meeting runs, the FWC meeting runs 2 days. Is this going to be on the first day or the second day so that some of us may be able to be there? I'm on more than likely 95% chance be there. I just would like to know if it's going to be on one day versus the other.
So they're always fine-tuning the agenda up until close to it, and the commission could change it on the first day when they approve the agenda. Right now, it's slated for day 2, but Madam Commissioner, I can let Michael know the final date so that he can share it with all of you so you know which day to be there.
Thank you, Erica.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, go ahead.
Erica, this is Commissioner Sanders, and I want to ask you a question. On here, because on your meeting in June 3rd here in Apalachicola, y'all mentioned something about how many permits would be allowed. Have y'all reached a number on the permits? I don't see it anywhere here. Do you have it?
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. We have two options we're presenting to our commissioners. The first option would be limited, and that would be 10 people, and they'd get the share of the harvest for the commercial side. Or the other option would be to allow anyone who's qualified, and I went through the qualifications, I could go through them again, to apply in the first year. And if they get it in the first year, they get to keep it. And then we'd cap the number of participants moving forward at the total number of people who entered the fishery in year one. In order to retain the ability to commercially harvest, we're suggesting that you have to use your permit and use your bag tags. And if you don't, your permit will be surrendered back to the state, and it will be reissued through a lottery to someone else, so that this fishery can continue and move forward.
Yes, ma'am. To follow up, can I ask you which or is the staff going to recommend to which one is the staff going to recommend to FWC?
We're not recommending one over the other. We're asking them to make the decision.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. In the June 3rd meeting, one thing that kind of concerned me was when you all talked about the restrictive species, having the oysters listed as a restrictive species. Has any more talk been done about that?
Yes, ma'am. We've decided not to recommend that at this time. So the requirements for qualifications would be an individual or crew SBL license, the bivalve or shellfish endorsement, being a Florida resident, and then the first year having prior landings before the bay closed. So from 2012 to 2020, you had to have commercially oystered in the bay. And we are not requiring an RS in our recommendation. Now, the commission can always change their mind, but that's not part of what staff's recommending at this time.
Thank you for your answers, Erica.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Erica, this is Commissioner Amison. Just for clarity, you said there was two options. That was 10 people participation, and then the other option was just open it up to whoever qualifies. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct, and then we would create a cap in that first year. So if only 30 people or 40 people who were qualified applied, then moving forward, if it was 30 people, the next year we could have a maximum of 30 people.
Okay.
It may not be the same if someone decides to leave the fishery. Their license would come back to FWC, and we would reissue it to a new participant.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted clarity on that. And just going back again to the funding, future funding, or this year's funding, 2.1 million was approved by the House and the Senate, correct? Okay. What about that 10 million spending request of NIFWIF? Did that get approved?
That is approved as well.
So it's going to give you about 12.1 then, correct?
But we don't anticipate that NIFWIF will release it to us till near the end of the year.
Okay.
Because they're waiting for those pilot studies to come through.
I got a lot to say about that, but I'm going to...
I think we all do.
Now's your time, sir.
Well, it goes back to what I was saying a month ago, when we knew this was going to get tied up in the legislative session.
Yep.
Everybody, without material, everybody that's in that audience, that's an oysterman, or anybody that's lived here knows that without material, that bay's not coming back, period.
Period.
And I'm going to try my best not to cuss about this or anything.
I'll help you out with that. Go ahead.
But yeah, put a praying hand on me with this. But I'm going to tell you that's what's aggravating and frustrating. We've spent millions of dollars to get to this point, and this point was to prove that the bay was sustainable and would recover, for future funding.
Yes.
Okay, it got to that point. We've done everything. Now I could sit here and everybody can argue about the timeline on it. That's one thing. I've heard a million excuses from COVID. With all that aside, we get to the point of, hey, this is where we need to be. We can get the material. Now we don't fund it, and that's basically coming from our Senate, and that's coming from our House. the governor was 100% behind the funding, because he's the one that put it in the budget request for you, correct, Erica, or for the FWC? So now what we
Correct.
have is we're gonna have a stagnant period to where we have no material going in the water. Am I correct there, Erica?
No, we have that 2.1 million, so
Yeah,
we've-
how far is that gonna go?
Nothing. It's
You know, compared to what we've seen on material costs and whatnot. That's not gonna go very far. So they just put us back another year or two, potentially 3 years on the oyster fishery growing and potentially bringing in new participants. You know, I mean, honestly, I'm just gonna say it the way I'm gonna say it. We spend more time as a community fighting against each other instead of getting together and pushing our legislators, not the governor, but Representative Scho, Senator Simon. That's who controls the purse. And this sets us back as a community and as our fishery. It sets our fishery back because there's nothing being deployed of any value. And that's just, I mean, it's frustrating. I'm just pissed off. But anyway, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Good. You did good, Commissioner. Ms. Erica, I have a couple of points I want to note, and maybe some questions will come out somewhere in between. Couple of things. So in what you presented to us, there is, and I don't think anybody would argue with it, there is the reduction of overall catch for oysters that have happened in the state of Florida. And you got it on here as 80 to 90% of the oyster reefs. I guess that's in Florida. So my question is, other areas, I hope y'all are not just looking at Apalachicola Bay, so other areas before this closure, other areas according to y'all's material, have a bag limit of 20 bags. And before the bay closed, we were down to 2. You know, I know there's a condition with material, but if it's went down 80, 90% across the state, how are they catching 100% more than we were at the time of the bay closure? Unless you're saying that 80, 90% is all Apalachicola Bay. I mean, do you know how that references that number?
yes, so 80, 90% of reefs have been lost in Florida's estuaries. That's statewide.
Okay.
The reason why the rest of the state is able to surpass Apalachicola Bay in harvest is because Apalachicola Bay went from extremely high to 0. And so double a zero is more than 0. And I could show a graph of the statewide landings to compare.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, if you're able to. Yeah, because it's not a. So I know that there are drought issues, but everywhere in the state has drought issues. I still will always contend, and this is not a bone with FWC, but when you put dispersant in a bay, this is kind of what happens. Because we've not just seen oysters go down, we've seen less crab, less fish, more predators. The whole structure itself in the bay has changed over this time.
So you can see here that we actually haven't seen a growth per se of oyster harvest in the rest of the state. Each system appears to have its own challenges, so we are taking a system-by-system approach rather than trying to apply a one-size-fits-all moving forward in the future.
Right.
So we start with Apalachicola Bay based on the importance of this system. Next year, we plan on revisiting the regulations for the Big Bend. After that, going over to the East Coast, to the St. Augustine area, and then out to the Panhandle after that. So we're trying to tailor these regulations to best fit the local system, the local communities, the local fishery, and not trying to make one thing that works for everyone.
Okay. Another thing I want to ask about. So with this 2.1 million, now it might be a time to us to have a real serious discussion with us, the county, and some of our surrounding counties about the ability to take some of the clean concrete that's in our landfills that's doing nothing, using this 2.1 million to hire somebody to crush this up into small chunks and to continue to put material in the bay. Make the best we can out of what we do. It would help these counties. It would help this county with the bay. It would help our county with the landfill, which is so close to being full that we're inching by to get the funding to move to a transfer station before our landfill gets full. Hurricane Michael didn't help in that scenario. So if there's clean concrete in here, Gulf County or Wakulla, anywhere around, I'm sure that that county won't mind giving it away to take it out of their landfill. And then we have somebody locally that has a concrete crusher. So, maybe it's time we take this small amount we have and actually make something out of it. Just a thought. The ARBO permit, it says on here it's issued through a lottery each year, but when you were talking about, that's inconsistent with what you're saying. You have 2 recommendations. So if you have 2 recommendations, then there wouldn't be an establishment of a permit that's by lottery if you have 2 true recommendations, if you follow what I'm saying. Because if you're going to go with 10, I guess you're doing a lottery for the 10, but if you're going to go with everybody that qualifies, how are you going to do this permit? It's still going to be by lottery even though they've qualified?
I'm sorry if I must have been unclear. The 2 options are for the commercial endorsement.
Right.
So one option would be for 10 people. The other option would be all qualified commercial harvesters. Then the ARBO would be for those who would like to recreationally harvest.
Okay. And is there an amount that y'all are looking at to do with that?
So we would divide the amount of bags that are available for harvest each year between recreational and commercial. On the subtidal reefs, we'd give about 95% to the commercial fishery and 5% to the recreational fishery. And this is what staff is recommending. We don't have feedback from our commissioners yet.
Right.
Then for intertidal reefs, we're recommending 100% of those available harvest be given to the recreational fishery.
Okay. Ms.
And
Erica, I'm sorry, but I think if you set it up that way, you're setting yourself up to fail. I don't know that you're going to be able to keep up with that. I mean, we're a year later, and I'm not throwing stones. I'm stating facts. We're a year past it being discovered that the contractor that was hired by FWC to put the material in the bay, they put in the bay, put it in the wrong way. It still hasn't been fixed. It's a year later. So, I mean, I just have doubts that you're going to be able to keep up with how much oysters are there to be permitted when you've not been able to find these piles of rocks yet. I'm sorry, I have doubts with that. And it's not directed at you, but it is very frustrating to know that we think we're going to know how many oysters are on the bottom to be caught when we can't even find rocks that was placed by your contractor. I just have a problem with that. Another question I have is, so it seems like we're taking this cap on people, even if we did 40 people qualified. We're taking that cap and turning it into a limited entry. So then we're saying year 2, you're only going to have 40. Year 3, you're going to have 40. Did I hear that correctly?
So that's what this framework is recommending. The commission could expand the number in the future.
Okay. All right, and then it's in your. Thank you for bearing with me. I've been waiting for this moment for a couple of weeks, as you can probably tell. It's in your report that the closure, and I was there. I had the pleasure to be there, not because of what happened, but because I was doing it in service to the people of Franklin County. I was at the meeting via Zoom, spoke on behalf of the county about the detrimental effects it was going to have on us and our economy and our brand when they wanted to close the bay. I was there and heard that commission, which I could be wrong, but I believe Commissioner Barretto was still the chair back then. They stated, and I'm going to hold them to it, and you're going to hear it again in August. They stated at that meeting that yes, they had things they wanted to try to work through, but good, bad, or indifferent, and that's the exact language they used, and January 1st, 2026, the bay would be open for harvest again. It's still in your presentation here. Is that what you're going to be presenting to them, that it's going to open up January 2nd of 2026?
So our recommendation is for the first season to begin October 1 of 2026.
Okay, that's inconsistent with what they told the public. The last thing I'll say, and please don't take this wrong, Ms. Erica, I'm not trying to be attacking towards you. I represent the people, and the people are not happy. I'm actually, like Commissioner Ameson said, I'm trying to be straightforward in my approach, because I promise you, people have been more straightforward with me in person about the way they feel that this is going down than I would ever share with you publicly, I can assure you. The last thing that I want to mention is the extreme need that Franklin County has for our bay to be open because the need for economic diversity. We took away a whole sector of economy. And I can assure you, in the business I run from day to day, I knew when it shut down, because it affected my business, and not just mine, but everybody else's. Now, I know there might be a desire to have people do other things. There's not a lot left here. Everything here is based on tourism. We live in Hurricane Alley. There's going to come a day, if we don't diversify our economy, that we're going to be looking at down the barrel of a gun. If Hurricane Michael hit Franklin County, we would have no economy today. We would have no economy. We don't have any chain stores here. We're not a bedroom community for the capital. We don't have all that stuff. So that what we do have, we need, and we need to be able to utilize it. So above and beyond everything, that's what I'll be stressing to them come August. I know they have a lot to vote for, but these people need to be able to get back to work. They need to be able to do what they grew up doing, how they were raised. Sure, it's different. It'll never be what it was in the 70s and 80s. That doesn't mean that they can't continue to make a living in Apalachicola Bay. Two things can exist and be true, and just be, two things that exist that are true. So that's what people want the opportunity for. They want the opportunity to make a living in the Bay, even if it winds up being a part-time thing. They want to be able to do that because that's what they've done. That's what their families have done for generations. And that, I'm speaking on behalf of the people, they just want the Bay open. For the first of 2026 is a good time to do it, we think.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question. Erica, this is Commissioner Amos again. Sorry. I just want to circle back around to something and get a little bit of clarity on it. You said mandatory report and landing locations. Can you elaborate on that? Is that, are you guys going to have a check station? Is that what you're suggesting here?
So we're suggesting to have an app that harvesters would have to use, so they could use their phone to hail in, hail out, report which tax they use, report where they harvested, and then there would be a list of sites that are approved landing locations. A biologist may or may not be there. It's not a full-blown check station where they have to visit each day, but it would be a list of stations, and as sites come online, say a new boat ramp's built, we'd add that to our list of approved locations. It could be the dock at a wholesale dealer as well, could be an approved location. So that's how we would set it up.
What if they don't?
And that is just for the commercial industry, correct?
And the recreation.
Okay, recreational would have to report as well. Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to get some clarity on that. Mr. Chairman, you have?
Yep, I'm good. I was just wondering what would happen if they don't do it, if they don't tag into their phone and report it.
If they don't report it and they're found in possession of oysters, that's a violation.
Okay.
So basically what you're trying to do is mirror kind of the 2-hour notification like the Reef Fishery has on the on the, as far as the federal government with the RFQs?
It's similar to that. We also use it in the Atlantic Group Snapper exempted fishing permit for recreational harvesters there. They use that as well.
I said RFQ, I've been on the county commission too long, but yeah, you know what I mean, the quota, yeah, sorry about that. Okay, I was just curious about the landing locations. I don't want to potentially, I just didn't know if it was going to be an actual check station or what.
All right, so we did have, Miss Erica, we did have someone fill out a speaker card. I'm gonna call her now and let her speak. Miss Francis. Miss Francis Estes. Go ahead, Miss Francis.
My name is Francis Estes. I've oystered all my life, and that's all we want to do is go back to work. I know I hate to say it about the water over here, but look at the business y'all lost just within 2 weeks. Look what we losing in 5 months. It'll be 5 years. Our boat and everything is just sitting in our yard. I mean, we need to go back to work. It don't matter if it's a bag a day. We would be happy with a bag a day. And I never had an oyster ticket in my life. And my mamas did it, all my families did it. Hopefully my grandbaby's gonna do it one day. But, I mean, what if somebody ain't got a phone to do this? You know, why don't put in a check station for all this? If they so worried about it, put a check station in, check every bag that comes in. And that'll stop a lot of that, hauling the bay off. But there is oysters out there, and I heard that they only grow for 5 years. So it's 5 months, it's gonna be 5 years. A lot of oysters are gonna be dead, and they big as Louisiana oysters. And they just sitting out there. When people could eat them, I go to like a half shell bar, there's little scissor oysters. I mean, there's oysters out there to be caught. And it would help the bay if we do it like a garden. Go out there, knock the seeds off, you know. Plant them other places, like when we cull off, we drag. And the seeds come off, knock every seed off, because that'd be another oyster out there for other people one day. But I mean, it's just hard on us, and we're doing all we can do, and we just love to go back to work and make a little money. I mean, that's our living. And now we're doing yards and doing stuff like that. You know, all I want to do is go back on the boat, watch the sunrise, and sit down and cull an oyster. You know, that's our living. And it's almost 5 years we've been put out of work. And nothing, you know, when they do that or shelling or whatever, we did a little bit, but after that, the big people took over. And they smothered our bay with the big rocks. I mean, it's just crazy. Put out little stuff, don't put out big old boulders. It's gonna smother our oysters down in the mud. I mean, we know how to do it. Leroy Hall used to be here. He grew plenty of oysters out there. And he let us work and do part of that work. I mean, we ain't got big dredge boats, we ain't got big tractors, but we can do what we can do. They can't just put us out. I mean, they got to share some of that money that they're gonna put into the bay, and we know how to do it. We did it for years. So I'm just asking, you know, to help us open the bay. It don't matter if it's a bag a day. That's better than no work at all. And that's what we want. You know, our boat's sitting there rotting. We bought a brand new boat. We got tongs, we got a motor. It's sitting there, you know, not doing nothing. And we just ask to go back to work is all we do, you know. That's all we want. And we've been raised here for years, you know. We're not gonna go out there and kill the bay. I mean, we just want to make a living like everybody else, you know. And it's a good to go out there and spread it and work it, tilder it up and move stuff around instead of going out there smothering everything in the mud. I mean, we did it for all our lives.
It is. Ms. Francis, you bring up a valid point. So yes, the bottom needs to be worked. Those oysters need to be turned over, those birds need to be broken up. That's gonna give more area for more spat to connect to.
Yeah.
That's part of it, and we have been there before. We had the 2 hurricanes in the mid-'80s that absolutely destroyed the bay, but it came back because we used our local people. We relayed, we put shells, we put material, and it didn't happen overnight, but it got back to where people could make a living on the bay. So it's not like we haven't been here before.
Yeah.
Well, where we're at right now, they're wanting to find a different way to do it. So
Yeah,
that, you know.
But I'm saying, what if some people ain't got that app or got a phone? A lot of people in East Point don't got that anymore. A lot of people's went down. They homeless. I mean, they got to think about us and what Apalachicola Bay made this county. I mean, our oysters made the seafood festival.
Yep.
You know, so they got to think about us, and you know, we just put out for 5 years of work.
Yep.
So that's all I asked, you know,
Yes, ma'am.
to please help us open the bay.
Yes, ma'am.
And if,
Thank you,
if
Ms.
some
Rhodes.
people ain't got a phone, put a check station in, because a lot of people ain't gonna have that. You know, they ain't got a job. They walk around, they homeless. How are they gonna have a phone? But we went and watched a movie, and, you know, hopefully we get our license.
Well, let's see what becomes of it, but thank you, Ms. Francis. We appreciate
Okay,
it.
I sure do, thank you.
Yep. All right, anyone have any more questions for Ms. Erica? All right. Wayne, I'll allow it this time. Go ahead. Come on. Because this is the last time we're gonna have a meeting before they have their recommendation.
Good morning. I'd just like to say, we don't need to do anything that's gonna limit our abilities in the future. We may have a limited number out there right now, but it's not gonna stay that way. We need to create as many jobs and as much economic output as we can. And so the way they're wanting to limit these licenses, I don't see that happening. We don't need to let that happen. As far as material goes, since 2017, the FDP Restore Projects has been loaded with oysters, Kentucky Blue Limestone, the same thing that has been put out there on the pilot studies. The only difference is the pilot studies is big rocks. The only areas that they're saying that has enough oysters out there to open right now are those same areas that we've been telling them has been loaded with oysters since 2020. We've been asking, please get the data off these projects and let's carry on with restoration so we can get our oysters back. We gotta have oysters. Why can't we go ahead on with the data that we got right now on those projects, small Kentucky Blue Limestone out there right now, and go ahead and carry on with some restoration with what little money we got right now? And I don't understand that. Why? I mean, if not, let's get what the DEP will let us put out there. What's already approved? We know oyster shells are. Let's get whatever oyster shells we can, even if it's a little bit. You know, a little bit's better than none. But you know, we need to get the ball rolling because, like y'all say, it's been 5 years now, and you know, we ain't got nowhere. We're the ones suffering the consequences. The oysterman's taking it worse than anybody, and our community is taking it pretty bad too. You know, so I mean, we gotta get something going here. When we can't limit our numbers in the future with this Chesapeake Bay. I mean, they come back after years and years, and I mean, they had record numbers. So, I mean, I can't say how long it's going to take, but our bay is going to come back. You put the material out there, it'll grow oysters. Whatever killed the oysters, I don't know, but I can promise you it wasn't from overharvest. Our spat started dying, and the spat that did survive, it didn't last long. I mean, it never got bigger than your fingernail. So that's what happened to the oysters. And it was well sustainable in the past. Our management plan was well sustainable in the past. I mean, don't get me wrong, I ain't got nothing against getting money for restoration, but our problem the whole time was we could have used that data back in 2020 and went on with restoration. How many acres could we have restored by now if we'd have just used that data from them restore projects? The other projects on there, which is, I think it's NIFWIF, FWC, I think it's around 16 acres. It's loaded in oysters right now. That's one of the areas that was on the map that they were showing. In 1 year, it had legal oysters on it. Same material, small Kentucky blue limestone. So, question is, why can't we take that data and go on with restoration? And that's one of the questions I got for the FWC. And one thing I wanted to make aware about the jobs and the economic output, we don't need to limit the amount of people that can go out there on that bay in the future. And I mean, I don't care, like she said, if it's a bag a day, we got to shut it down a little bit earlier or whatever. Everybody should be able to go out there and do that, both commercial and recreational. And that's about all I got to say right now. If y'all got any questions.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Wayne?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you just basically regurgitated what I said. Without the material, Wayne, you know this. You've been on that water forever. This is a mute conversation, because if you stop right now with any more restoration now, and when I say restoration, we're talking about material in the water deployed.
Yes.
This ain't going nowhere. $2.1 million ain't gonna go nowhere.
Yeah,
It was a failure on our legislation not to fund this, and it just set this whole thing back. All the work you put into it with your group, everything, it just got set back 2 to 3 years.
Exactly.
Without the material, we might as well just go home. We keep bringing up the storms in 80, 85. We were in high school. I mean, me, you, and him, we all was in the same age group. We remember that. We wasn't actually grown men at the time, but hell, half my friends had to leave and go to Louisiana, Texas. Their families had to relocate till they came back and opened the bay. The big difference back then is they had a large-scale restoration. Material went everywhere. It wasn't a little bit in this spot, a little bit in that spot. They had the Department of Natural Resources back then did a full-scale restoration project. I've got transcripts of it.
Yeah, barges and barges of shells.
Now, obviously, they used shells.
Yeah.
But that's another argument right there. We hadn't produced enough shells out of our bay to do anything with, so we've had to find other material sources. I agree with you. That Kentucky blue is phenomenal. The only problem is that Kentucky blue costs quite a bit of money. That's why on these late pilot studies that went out when they started doing the concrete, was from what I understand, and I've asked this numerous times, the concrete's outperforming all of it. Hell, we all know that. Go down 13 Mile, look on the seawall, walk right, or go right down here. We know concrete grows oysters. But the big problem is we don't have any material going into our bay to speak of. Now, 2.1 million, how many acres is that really going to restore? That's what's frustrating to me, is that we have missed the boat, literally, on this whole next year's funding cycle as far as getting material in the water. And at the end of the day, without material, it ain't going anywhere. And you know that more than anybody does.
Yeah, I
And
believe
that's what's frustrating.
I believe if we'd have showed some results that, that might be a little different now. And that's one of the problems we had, was we could have went on with that restoration and used that data from those other projects. We would have that material out there right now instead of wasting it on more research, which ended up being the same exact material, except larger. So, is there any data on the concrete that could be used now to?
They have data, yes.
To give the NIFWIF to see if we could go on with that.
Ms. Erica, don't y'all have data on how the little bit of concrete's done, or was that something that the APSI group did?
FSC was doing that work. But it is certainly something we are open to and interested in exploring if it proves successful.
Yeah.
And we can get clean concrete that is not going to cause any negative impact
That's right.
in the bay.
That would be great, because I think with the unlimited amount we're gonna have in our little basket here, we need to do the most we can with it, so.
Yeah, we need to stretch that money as far as it'll stretch, because it ain't much.
And one
But I
more,
will, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
excuse me, one more thing I'd like to say, workshops. We need more workshops on this, and it's important that we have an oysterman workshop, because what we've had was workshop that the general public can come to. And I mean, I ain't got nothing against feedback from the general public, but what the problem is there's things that only commercial fishermen, oystermen would understand that the general public wouldn't understand. You know, such as, you know, I just use the size limit on oysters, and they want to put it down to 5 oysters per bag. And you know, when those bags get thrown around, tossed around, it's going to chip the bills, and you're going to have some in there a certain amount undersized, and that's the reason that, you know, the old size limit was that way. But I was just using that for example. But it's important that we have an oysterman workshop so we can really sit down and get more than 3 minutes, because there is no possible way you can cover all those topics in 3 minutes and agree, disagree, or, you know, explain anything. So, I mean, we really need, you know, workshops for the oystermen. So,
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wayne.
appreciate it, y'all.
Yep, yep. All right, anything else from Ms. Erica?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything for Ms. Erica, but I would like to say one thing, since this is the time we can talk. I've been, ever since the day I've started campaigning to get this position, my position on the bay is, and I've had numerous discussions with Wayne leading up to that, is that, and I agree with you, 2026, we need to get this bay open. And my fear is that we don't have some type of opening. You know, we can sit here and debate what that opening looks like all day long, but just as long as it's open.
Yep.
Because my fear is that if we don't open it and at least start moving to a bigger fishery, just get it open, get your foot in the door, because if we don't open that door up a crack, it's never going to open.
That's right.
I honestly feel that there are powers to be outside the state. And again, the state overall was making decisions on what our bay looks like, not Apalachicola, not our residents. It's going to come down to everybody, you know, in the state. If we don't get that floodgate cracked a little bit, it's never going to open. So, you know, me personally, I'm fine with whatever the fishery open, what it looks like, as long as it's open. You know.
Well, Mr. Commissioner, that's the reason why I mentioned, and I wasn't trying to just beat up on Ms. Herrick or anybody else earlier. When I was told, as the chair of this commission, that the drop dead open date, good, bad, or indifferent, was January 1st, 2026, I was like, okay, well, that's what we're looking toward, you know, because I'm like you. So if they roll it to another day, then it's nothing against what Ms. Eric is saying. But if they roll it to another day, what's to say they're not going to roll it to another day and another day? I mean, we don't have that. It's beyond what we can control. So whatever date they give us, we need to go with that date. That's where I'm, you know.
And they gave it January 1.
Yeah, I understand. I can tell you where the October come in.
Okay.
There was a lot of feedback on when was the best time as far as getting the most money for the value of the oyster. And it's always been traditionally in the fall months is whenever the biggest demand for oysters is, you get the biggest value for it.
Right.
That's why the discussion was brought forth from the partnership, you know, just to potentially look at an October opening, just because if you got this limited resource, let's just say there's only going to be 10% of those bars, you're not going to have a tremendous amount of bags.
Right.
You might as well get the biggest bang for your buck. And what part of that year is going to allow the fishermen to get that, you know?
Yeah.
Just for easy math, let's say in January, late January, you know, it's always been traditional after the Super Bowl, oysters don't sell, you know.
That's true.
But the thing is, and this was the mindset when some of those recommendations was made is that if we pushed it to the fall, you know, that $65 bag, I'm just throwing a number out there, I'm not saying that's what the bag's gonna be, but it may be $75, maybe $80, who knows? Demand, the market dictates that, you know. But that was why that discussion has been, or that recommendation was made, just strictly from a market standpoint.
Right.
But we have not veered, myself or anybody that I deal with has not veered from not having some type of opening in 26.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well,
just so we know that.
yeah. So the only thing I'll say about that, so right now we're sitting at 0 though.
Oh, I understand that.
So anything's better than 0.
That's, like I said,
yeah.
that was just based off recommendations.
Yeah.
No.
Like I told somebody the other day, they were in the store trying to buy some Freon for their car because it's hot. And there's this one brand that says it's 25% cooler. The guy was like, "What do you think about this?" I said, "I think it's going to make your car cooler." He said, "What about the 25%?" I said, "Sir, right now you need 100 because you at 0, you hot. So I wouldn't worry about the 25%. I can get this cheap can over here. It does what you need."
And-
You know, so that
But the thing about that though is look at the projected, and this has been the thing I've said before, and I think in a workshop I brought it up. And I'm just trying to bring up points. I'm not siding on anything.
no.
And
I'm not either.
no, I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about some of the comments post some of the workshops that we've had. Is I'm just trying to bring up the point. You know, they've got an estimate here starting out at 5 harvesters at $49,000 a year, all the way down if we have 55 harvesters, just based on what they're going to allow to be caught. That's only $4,900 per fisherman.
yeah.
You know, if you go in there, and that was going back to what we were talking about as far as the opening date.
Yeah.
If it's, you know, if you can get another 20% in October, that increases potentially that 49. You know what I mean? Up, it just elevates. Trying to figure out a way that it would, you know, based on a limited amount of catch that's going to be allowed to get the most bang for that buck. And that's why those numbers were, or those dates are being discussed, because they're based off of recommendations from the partnership, and that's a collective group of people that was looking at it from a market standpoint only. I mean, at the end of the day, whether it's 10 harvesters or 50 harvesters or 100, as long as it's open, I really personally don't care. Now I got to go off of what a group of people are recommending, obviously, but I just want it open at some point. If it's going to be January, fine. You just want to make, you know, another $10 or $15 a bag, that's fine. I can live with that. My point I'm trying to make is I feel like there's powers to be within the state that if we don't get this open, it may not ever open. You know, and I hear this stuff about, oh, the FWC don't want to open the bay up. Why wouldn't they? They want to try to, they're wanting to get some money in their budget. I mean, they tried this year. I'm quite sure, what you predict, she was projecting what, 30
to 55.
I mean, I'm quite sure FWC wants to get another $30 to $40 million in their budget every year. I mean, I don't think that they're fighting against us, but I believe that there are powers to be within the state that would just rather just say, hey, let it, you know, just keep it closed. You know?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I was talking to somebody yesterday, and he was out there fishing in the bay, and he said he went to hook a fish, but hooked a burr of oysters.
Yep.
And he said the burr of oysters was about like that. He said there was 7 oysters in that burr, and they as big as your hand. He said instead of trying to catch fish, he was trying to get the oysters back over. And also he said that we're having a comeback, and I never have known this, and y'all can tell me, of snook in the bay. We've never had snook up here in this bay. So something's going on there, but one thing I was going to say that,
The ecology's changed.
yeah, it's the ecology, but it's changing. Somebody's changing it on us, aren't they? But once we get that bay open, I'm like all of y'all. I want to see that bay back open. I want Miss Francis and all the other people that we fight so hard for to get that bay open, to be able to go out there and have the enjoyment of working that bay. I think that once that bay gets open and you get out there working that bay is going to replenish itself as long as you go within the guidelines and do that. And you're going to see that bay come back to life. I'm telling you, once you get the people out there working that bay. But they got to get out there and work it, or it's going to die.
And it's going to take material though.
Yeah.
I mean, even back whenever the bay was up and running, we still had shelling programs, you know, stuff like that. I mean, there was a reason why we had shelling programs. Because, and I told somebody this, kind of made this, I don't know if the word analogy is it, but, you know, it took, God built that bay from thousands of years.
That's right.
Now, what makes you think that if we just close it for 5 years and don't do anything, that it's gonna take longer to naturally come back? But if you, we can always help it, and that's what we've done in the past. But again, I'm not gonna beat this dead horse. Due to legislative decisions, that set us back.
It
It's
is.
huge.
It's about the dollar, you know, it's about
Now,
the
that was
dollar.
about infighting in Tallahassee,
And
and
that-
we wound up
And we
being collateral
suffered.
damage for that.
That's right, that's exactly right.
That's called
And we don't have
politics.
nobody standing up for us in Tallahassee. That's the thing, our representatives are supposed to be representing us on this issue. And I can tell you, you know, we represent it as good as what we can as commissioners, but we don't have no say up there when it comes to the legislative stuff. It's on them, and that's, you know, that's neither here nor there. But I do believe that once that bay gets opened up and gets to working, you're gonna see it replenish itself, because I believe that the dry bones will become flesh again, you know.
Yeah. Well, I think they stood up, I think our personal legislature stood up for us, the ones that were in their district. But you have to keep in mind, because of the size of our counties, one of them has 8 or 9 counties in their district. The other one has 13. I mean, commissioners, there are counties in South Florida, because of the population, they have 15 commissioners in one county, 15 legislators in one county.
Yeah.
So it's a whole lot easier. They have a whole lot more pull, a whole lot more voting power. Because they have more, the die is just cast that way. So I don't think it's really a failure of Representative Sheriff and Senator Simon, but, it does show what's been going on up in Tallahassee.
I would sure appreciate a lot more being a little more vocal from those standpoints. I'm gonna say it like it is from my perspective.
Yeah. So,
But, and to elaborate on what you were saying, this is the best way I can break that down. And this goes back to what happened with the Gulf of Mexico with the reef fish program.
Yep.
You had the federal government in charge of that, which was even worse. I mean, I don't know which is I think the state's a little better, but I'm not going down that road. But anyway, you got 50 states in the United States, and we got, 5 coastal states?
Yep.
Yeah. So you got, all the representatives of Congress and all that's making decisions on, you got 45 other states that could give a damn less what happens in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yep.
We're just experiencing that on a smaller scale because you've got all these representatives, like Chairman was just discussing, that's making decisions on our bay. That don't even, I don't know what somebody in Fort Lauderdale thinks about Apalachicola Bay, but that's who's making decisions that's gonna affect us directly. And we're just, at the end of the day, we just don't have the manpower. But I mean, you get on the biggest rock you can stand on and yell with the loudest voice and go from there. But it's frustrating.
Does anyone else have anything to discuss with Ms. Erica?
Mr. Chairman, I do want to thank them for taking time out of their conference to attend today.
Yes. Yeah, Ms. Erica,
y'all.
thank you for being here. I know it's something we kind of threw at you guys in June when y'all were here for the workshop about trying to have someone here so we could at least hear maybe sort of kind of what's going to be presented to the FWC Commission. We thought it was good for us and for our residents to be able to know that. So thank you for making time to allow for that. We do appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with y'all. I'm sorry I could not be there in person,
Yep.
but your continued engagement and your passion about this issue is so valuable to me and our team and important. And I think we all want the same thing. We want to see this fishery reopened. We want to make sure it's a long-term success. So I look forward to continuing to work with you to achieve that moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Erica. Before we get to the next thing, let's take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, thank you.
Franklin County Commission now back in session. We're going to move at this time to two of our scheduled public hearings.
Sir?
Is it you or who do I turn it over to?
Justin?
Justin?
Justin, yes.
Oh, Mr. Steele, go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. So this is a consideration of a request for a future land use change from conservation to commercial, a rezoning request from P1 preservation to C2 commercial. Parcel number is 2208S06W 000000200060. The applicant is Novia Consulting Group. The applicant is GC65 LLC, represented by Novia Consulting Group, Jim Waddell, principal engineer. The address is 75 Highway 65, East Point, Florida, 32328, under 10 acres. The applicant has submitted an application to amend the future land use of 10 acres from conservation to preservation and to amend the zoning code from preservation to commercial 2. The intent is to facilitate the construction of an office space. The currently conservation, future land use, and preservation zoning district would not allow for this parcel to construct an office. The intent of the conservation, future land use is to provide for the long-term management and protection of land and wildlife management, environmental protection, and resources based on recreation. There are some historical sites, but not on this parcel. There are wetlands identified on the parcel. This the proposed amendment would not create urban sprawl, as it's a commercial. So the proposed land use amendment is less than 10 acres and would be considered a small scale amendment. Data provided by the applicant is consistent with the requirements of the application. The parcel is located along Highway 65 in Franklin County and would be considered a major road. The proposed parcel is part of the Gramercy Development Order approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Paragraph 12 of the Development Order of 1996 allows for other land uses and zoning to be sought pending application. At the time of the development order, all lands previously approved as conservation would remain as conservation. Additionally, the Gramercy Development Order granted acreage for the proposed commercial activity, but did not limit any future changes to the commercial land use. So in 1989, this parcel was previously part of the Greenpoint subdivision. Greenpoint, let me get the name correct. Greenpoint Plan Unit Development. So the as part of the Greenpoint Plan Unit Development that was approved in 1989. In 1996, an amendment to the Greenpoint Plan Unit Development and DRI was approved by the board, and the result took the property back to straight land use and zoning, which was approved by a land use amendment that was done in 1997, both of which were conditions of the amended development order. As a result, the majority of the former Greenpoint project area became Gramercy Plantation. Some of the residents in the subdivision met with us yesterday to express concerns regarding the potential future land use amendment. Some of their questions are, I'm going to address some of their questions now. The amended development order for Gramercy was amended twice after the 1996 amendment. In 1998, the requirement was for the construction of a central sewer system by the developer. In 2000, there was a second amendment to allow for the development to proceed using aerobic septic systems with a condition that properties would connect to central sewer systems once it became available. It is not yet available. Ultimately, Gramercy Plantation was developed without constructing its own central sewer, treatment plant, or spray field. These are the following questions we received from the applicant and our responses. I assume the zoning maps are still valid and we must follow countywide land use guidelines. Does this mean that Gramercy development no longer exists? Response is Gramercy Plantation still exists as developed. The proposed amendment would change the land use only on the parcels subject to the amendment. Are any parts of the development order still in effect? The answer is the development order only provided direction as to how Gramercy could be built. They're similar to the terms contained within the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. When the original development order was approved in 1989, there was a sunset of 18 years. The original development agreement only prior to any amendments only contemplated the development order being in place for 18 years. As the development was abandoned and amended in 1996 without any update to the duration of the order, then we looked to Florida statute as to the time amended development order was put into place, which was 10 years at that time. And I would ask Attorney Schuler to step in regarding his interpretation of section 163.3229 regarding the length of time of validation of development agreements, either now or at some point. The second question, or the next question is, will the county now take over our roads and infrastructure? There must be several old developments in the county that no longer exist. Response is, the county would not take over any roads or infrastructure. An application could be made to the county for consideration of taking over any roads or infrastructure, and the county requirements would need to be met. The development still exists. The development orders may have expired and would be eligible to follow the standards established in the current Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. Next question, does the county intend on renewing these orders? Response is, an application could be made by the developer and a public hearing would need to take place for any consideration of extending the time frame of a development order. However, if the development order has already expired, that may not be an option. Next question is, and after 10 years, if the developer fails to comply with the requirements of the order, such as not putting in sewer lines so the lot owners can hook up, does the county intend to just allow the developer to default on the orders, and will the county continue to do nothing about it? Response is, if there was an expectation of sewer lines being put in, then the purchaser of the property would need to work that out with the developer. The development order from 2000 allowed for aerobic systems until such time that central sewer was available. Central sewer is not yet available. The homeowners have not been able to connect to central sewer. Next question, is there an enforcement person in the county? The county does have code enforcement. However, if this is a civil matter, then the property owners will need to speak with the developer. And then the final question, which was a big discussion yesterday, was the wetland easement. So in the development order from 1996, it only requires that the land use for the future land use map be changed to conservation. I've been able to find anything related to a conservation easement. However, as the county does protect wetlands with the critical habitat zone, the wetlands would be protected with that 50-foot buffer with no development allowed within that. And so that would take care of any kind of issues that go with wetlands. And if there was any request to fill or build closer to that, the applicant would need to get a variance along with any type of federal and state permits that would be required. And with that, I will ask if the board has any questions or would like to go to the applicant.
Okay. Do you have any questions for Mr. Steele, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I want to, if it's okay to start out, I know Justin mentioned Attorney Schuler. If Attorney Schuler wants to elaborate on the development order's time limit?
Yes, I was
Yeah,
just
go
about to
ahead.
ask if I could address that before the board moved on to any questions. I did look at the time limit on the expiration of the development order, and it expired approximately 15 years ago.
Was that all you had, Commissioner?
Right now,
Okay.
yes.
All right, do you have any questions for Mr. Steele before we open up for, to take public comment?
I probably will later, Mr. Chairman, but not
All
right
right.
now.
Well, does the applicant want to present
Uh,
anything first? Is that
Applicant,
here?
is there anybody here for the applicant? Is that what you're here? Okay, cool. I didn't make those connections, sir, sorry.
That's all right. My memory's not good enough to remember all this, and my eyes aren't good enough to read it without my glasses. So, I'm Travis Wade. I'm with Inovia Consulting Group. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I know this has been before you guys before, so I'll run through the story. But the applicant was performing his due diligence prior to purchasing the property, inquired about the zoning, and was provided with a zoning verification letter dated February 29, 2024 from county staff stating that the zoning on that property was C2 commercial. Applicant purchased the property and closed on June the 7th of 2024, only to later find out that the property was owned as P1 preservation as the land use was conservation. The applicant intends to build office for his contracting business on the property. The building will not be placed anywhere near the wetlands. It's going to be honoring all the setbacks and placed in the uplands area. There's approximately 3 acres of the property, of the 10-acre parcel that'll be used for the building. Highway 65 is a logical commercial corridor into the county, just like 98 is. It's the applicant has been operating a general contracting business since 1997 in this county, employs 15 people directly and indirectly many subcontractors and other beneficiaries to that business. I urge you to please approve the land use change and the zoning change.
Anyone have any questions for this representative from the applicant? Commissioners? All right, thank you, sir. Attorney Schuler? Now turn over to public comment, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, this time we'd open the floor. If there's anyone here that wishes to comment about this, go ahead, sir. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, thanks. My name is Ted Ruffner. I represent the plantation owners. I live in East Point. I've been before you on this issue 2 or 3 times. I retired about 20 years ago, and I love this area. Most of us that live here in Gramercy are retired and will probably die here. Most of us do a lot of volunteer work and are great citizens in the community. As you know, I built the butterfly garden at the school a couple of years ago, and I've done one at Anner. You know, we don't really deserve this kind of, that we have to deal with this kind of stuff. I gave you copies of the map that shows that, and they acknowledge that this is absolutely inside of Gramercy. When Gramercy was developed, it started, like he said, it started in '91, and it was 400 acres. Then there was another order in '96 and then 2000. The final order that's in Gramercy, and you've got a description of it from their webpage, and I hope there's no dispute that this is part of Gramercy itself. When the land was sold, anytime, the person who sells the land in, as I understand real estate law, has to give a disclosure statement. They have to give copies of the covenants, the bylaws, the restrictions. Christie Branch Banks, who did the closing on this, worked with the original developer 10 years ago. She currently represents Backrack, the developer now, that sold this property. And the property has always been zoned residential and part of the Gramercy development. As you know, that there was a false letter that went out to Galloway, and that's very unfortunate, that said the land was commercial. But two wrongs don't make a right. Just because the county messed up, he has no right to say that wasn't, you know, that he didn't know it was already inside of Gramercy and that it was zoned residential. It's impossible that a sophisticated developer like him can't read a map. He can read them better than you can. When the final development order was signed, it was 2000. The county restricted the development to only 110 acres. They didn't want a lot of land developed, and they also specified only 17 acres of a commercial piece that was on the corner there at 65 and 98. I agree that the wording in the development order and the final plat that was signed probably does give a little leeway that there could be some other stuff going on, and I know you as a board can modify things. The rest of this 110 acres and the 17 acres was to be, which was supposed to be for a hotel, but probably will never be. The rest was to be open space, clubhouse, common area, conservation easement, and wetlands. By Florida statutes, a developer is required, after a large percentage, about 75% of the lots are sold, although 75% of the platted lots sold, the developer is required to turn the control of the HOA over to the homeowners association and deed the common ground, the clubhouse, the tennis court, roads, everything else to the HOA. I've been asked and I've been questioned about a couple of you commissioners. I mean, and when I had discussions with you, and thank you very much for taking time to talk to me about it. I said, well, how can this land be sold? Illegally. It was sold with the promise that it was common ground is to be given over to the HOA, just like an open space, just like your plan, your county development order plan required that not all the land be houses and commercial area. It was designed to have a bunch of open space recreation area. And so what happened is the developer illegally sold this land after promising for years that he wouldn't. Look at the map that I've given you. Excuse me, I'm a little bit nervous about this. Look at the map that the applicant gave you when he first requested this change. If you look at the map, there's a small portion that's got two little tiny lines, and those lines represent the buffer, and it represents the buffer and the X zone, which show the conservation easement. That conservation easement was required by your development order, and only about 70%, as the person said, only about 70% of this 10 acres is not in the conservation easement. Most of it, that's about 3 acres, it can only be developed. A couple of years ago, we hired Anderson, a company out of Tallahassee, to ascertain that we did have, in fact, a development order, a conservation easement here, and he said that we did. In our restrictive covenants, they have to have the wording for us to comply with your development order that that land is going to be taken care of. We're not even supposed to walk on it. There is, as you say, about 17 acres on the corner of 65 and 98 that's currently zoned commercial. Why can't they use that land? We would welcome them to come and use that land. It's been sitting vacant for sale for a long, long time. Doesn't have to be a, it's supposed to be a, whatchamacallit, a hotel, but it doesn't have to be that. It's not, doesn't specify in the covenants and bylaws that it, or the development plan that it be that. They would, any kind of development inside of Gramercy would require, and I printed this off the developer's webpage this morning, and you can go to it right now. They would require that any commercial development inside of Gramercy would have to follow the bylaws, the declarations and covenants, and begin paying dues for the management and the maintenance of Gramercy. I recommend that you not change the zoning on a conservation easement that you mandated, and I gave you a copy of it in your development order of 2096. You said the current conservation that were included in your plan, in your county plan years ago, and are currently in your land use plan, that you not approve rezoning a conservation easement to commercial. That's absurd. The 3 acres is in question. I don't want to see that either. But if that's all we can get, and we maintain that buffer as sacrosanct, then that's a win for us. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Ted. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Please come forward and state your name for the record.
My name is Mark Shahan. I'm the president of the Gramercy Plantation HOA. But I'm not here really as the president. I'm here as a homeowner. In 2022, my wife and I purchased that property and have spent, between the property, the house, the landscaping, $700,000 plus to develop my little piece of the world. We moved here specifically because this is the last or one of the very few old Florida places to live and move where you can drive down a highway like 98 and not be stuck in traffic like Panama City or anywhere else. And it's a way of life for us, and I understand commercial development. I've been in business my whole life. However, I believe that this is a mistake, and as Mr. Ruffner mentioned before, the applicant was misinformed as to what the property actually was. It is part of Gramercy. We'd like to, keep it away from the residential area. This abuts my property, and any changes to that area could dramatically change the effects of my property and my living conditions. And I strongly recommend that not be committed to a change from residential conservation to commercial. There's a lot of great things happening in this county, which I'm very supportive of. Team Franklin is great. I mean, that's right down 65. There's going to be some great things that are beneficial to the people that actually live here. And I don't see, with all the other available property in this county that needs to come into Gramercy Plantation and be commercial. And what's to say that you change that, then you change the next one, then you change the next one up 65. All that property abuts to other homeowners in here and will have the same effect. And I just think that, It's not about who knows who and favors to people. It's about what's doing right. And I would like to see the county, no different than the oystering in the bay, to do the right thing for the people that have spent, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, you know, in a conglomerate, millions of dollars to live in a nice subdivision that has grown, doubled in size since 2022. So it's a up-and-coming residential homeowners association, and we'd like to keep it as nice as possible. Thank you. Any questions?
Anyone else? Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Scott Somero, and this also abuts my property at 227 Bonsico Land in East Point. I also own a little bit of commercial property, and my mother lives at 289 Gramercy Boulevard in Gramercy Plantation, and she really enjoys the little critters, the fox, the bear, the deer, and all the birds and everything that is in there. My property abuts this at 227, and I have a beautiful back porch, and it's you know, enclosed, screened in, and I just think it'd be terrible to approve this. I hope you don't approve it. I'm all in favor of commerce. I think there's plenty of commercial property already available in East Point, and if you own commercial property, by doing this, it may diminish the value of that, and it could also diminish the value of that residence at 227. So I just don't think it's a great idea. You know, you can already hear Coastline's trucks, the tailgate slamming and the beeping up of the equipment, and to put some more commercial in there, I just think is not going to help it. I think we need to kind of keep that separate. I don't know the master plan that you have to have industrial here, commercial there, residential there, and whatever that is, but I don't think this would be considered part of that commercial. So I would ask you to vote against it. Thank you much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Hi, Gail Rigglemeyer. Couple of things. First of all, I have a question that I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Mr. Steele gave some history on this, and if I'm understanding it correctly, I thought I heard that there was a sunset or a deadline or a timeline that this Gramercy Plantation PUD, the criteria, or you all are using the language development order, would exist, and then at some point those development order criteria go away and then things change? Am I understanding that correctly? So in other words, when Gramercy is a PUD, let me reframe it so I'm absolutely clear. Gramercy is a PUD. It's a planned unit development. When it was initially developed, there were certain criteria. It was going to be all residential. They're going to have a hotel, bop, bop, bop. All that was what the board at the time saw, and that's what the board approved. And now what I hear, I think, in the preamble was that there was a timeline for when those criteria would exist, and then after a certain time, those things go away, and then other things could happen to that PUD. Am I understanding that correctly?
So may I respond,
Yes,
Chairman?
Mm-hmm.
So Gramercy Plantation was never referred to as a PUD. The previous development was a PUD. That was called Greenpoint Plan Unit Development. That was rescinded in 1996 and replaced by straight zoning and the Gramercy Plantation.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. So, with that said, then, P1, I looked it up, the P1, that's what we're asking for here, right? P1 to C2, preservation to commercial, okay? It zoned that, P1. My concern is, if this is approved, we're going to open ourselves up to other P1s, and it's very clear in the language of P1 what the allowable uses are. And all the allowable uses are to preserve and protect the natural things that Mr. Ruffner said. And so if this is allowed to happen, then other owners of P1 or other areas of P1 are going to be subject, and this decision will have set the precedent. How are you going to allow it this time and not allow it another time? So please, I urge you not to allow this zoning change for all the reasons from the previous speakers, but more importantly, we have to look at the big picture. I'm not about stopping development. I understand development's going to happen, but we have to manage it, and we can't just willy-nilly start changing our zoning in our comprehensive plan and zoning codes because somebody wants to build something. We have to have that big picture. Years ago, things were kind of loosey-goosey, and it was okay because not a whole lot was happening. But that's changed. Pressure is everywhere for development. Huge, major, high-density development for private equity owners and people who are just looking to cash out. And so we've got to protect what's in preservation and what's already zoned, however it's zoned. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hold on just a second. Mr. Morone, check and see if is there anybody by Zoom?
Sorry, is there anyone attending via Zoom that would like to speak on this matter? Please indicate by using the raise hand feature on your device. Once, twice, anyone? No, Mr. Chairman, no hands raised.
Okay. Mr. Wade, on behalf of the applicant, do you want to address some of this?
The intention of the applicant is to build an office, not a subdivision. They're going to utilize approximately 3 acres of the property. The wetland area is not going to be touched. The Franklin County, let me say this. Gramercy Plantation wasn't always residential. As you guys know, we grew up here, that was CC lands. That was agriculture.
Yes.
It was rezoned, the land use was changed.
Yes.
Just like we're asking to do here, and that was created. All those houses are built on land that was agriculture. This Franklin County, 92% of the county, as you know, is owned by the state and federal government, and the state forest and the national forest up 65 and in Carabel. It's preserved, that's conservation land. There's a lot of conservation land in the county. There's a lot of preserved land. This is a 3-acre area for a business. It's not a body shop or a loud auto parts, an auto mechanic shop or a welding shop or an auto parts shop. But it'll be an office complex or an office for, not a complex, but just for the business itself. It's not a huge development. So I ask you to please adopt it.
Thank you. All right. Commissioners, do y'all have any further questions?
Mr. Chair, I had a question that Mr. Wade just answered.
Okay.
How many acres will be used? And it's 3, correct? How many acres will be used? It's 3, correct, is what you just
Yes,
said?
the plan right now is for just the 3 acres in the front that are high, dry ground.
Okay. You probably won't be able to answer this one. But under Gramercy, not Greenpoint, how many lots are zoned commercial in there? Are there any?
Just the one.
Just that one?
Just
Or
the
just
one.
one?
Isn't it just the one, Mr. Ted?
Yeah, it's just the 17 acres right on the corner, and they call it in all the documents, they call it the hotel site.
Yep.
And, can I make
Mr.
one-
Chairman, I'll, go ahead, Mr. Ted.
Right.
I understand, which we just found out yesterday, that there's a statute of limitations on development order. However, you required that we file, or the developer file, a plat map that described the county of the proposed development that reflected your conservation, your development order. That was filed. I gave you a copy. All of you have a copy of it. And it shows, so that's still in effect, even though the development order, we just found out yesterday, may not be in effect. Your zoning for this area is still in effect.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So I provided some maps this morning to the commissioners, and it is going to go in public record. I gave some copies to Mr. Morone, because in doing research with this, and in doing research in previous things that we had before this board, since I've been on it concerning Gramercy Plantation, there's different maps, okay? I've gone through 3 to 4 different maps. So there's one map, which is actually on our planning and zoning website, that's the actual paper maps that was downloaded on the website. And looking at this map, it looks like right in the area, and I know y'all can't see this, there's 2 commercials. There's one here, and on this map, it has commercial here, commercial here. So looking at this map, I'm thinking of where is exactly this property that the applicant is requesting for the zoning and land use change. Is it in this commercial area? And by my eyes, it looks as if it is. I go to the zoning map on our zoning website. I clicked up the address. It says it's residential. So we have multiple different maps that we're looking at here. And if you look at, there's one that's got a little bit bigger of a area. There's 2 spots here that are commercial. So you're looking at these maps and you're trying to ascertain where exactly this property in question, the 75 Highway 65, is in relation to these 2 commercial spots. And I know Mr. Ruffner mentioned this one is on 98 and 65. But if you look here in the middle of these 2, you got wetlands, and this is the conservation area. This area here, that's not wetlands. So me as a commissioner, I'm going to look at all these different maps, and I sat with the county planner last week with Bree about this. We have so many different maps that we're looking at, and the public's looking at, because this is all public record. I got some of these maps from our former planner, Mr. Mark Currington, and it's just difficult to ascertain what's actually commercial, what's actually residential, and what's actually preservation. So when I first saw this come up, I thought, well, preservation, no, I would never vote against preservation property to go to commercial. But then the applicant did his due diligence, and he received a letter from the county, which I do also have a copy of, that stated it was commercial. He bought the property based on that assumption. I know that's not this board's fault. I know that's not the applicant's fault. I know that's not the people of Gramercy who are against this' fault. But I feel like it's a responsibility that we have as a board. If we tell somebody a certain thing, then we have to kind of honor that. So again, my issue with this, and I again spoke with our county staff about the maps, and we need to figure out what maps are what and make these maps look better, so that when we do our research, just like the county did, they saw that they assumed it was a commercial, probably looking at the same maps I'm looking at, and made that assumption. This is, again, nothing against our county staff that wrote the letter or anything, but we need to get better maps. I know things have changed over the course of the years through, even Mr. Ruffner even gave me a map. He even said something was residential and it was wound up being commercial. So it's very ambiguous, these maps, and so I feel like that's a detriment when we're trying to make decisions. But you know, I appreciate the applicant doing the due diligence. I'm sorry that they received the letter saying that it was commercial when it wasn't. But I know back in 2024 is when this originally came before our Planning and Zoning Board. And at that time, the staff recommended approval based on what they thought the current zoning was. So those are my thoughts. And that's to answer your question about how many commercial. I was on the assumption there were multiple, because there's one here and there's one here. Again, different maps. it's confusing. It's very confusing. As a commissioner trying to do research, we're trying to make the best, most informed, educated decisions that we can because it does affect our county. It's hard for me to make a decision based on 5 different maps that all say different. They're all contradictory. So I'm looking at county staff to help guide us in this decision. I do feel like that we as a board have a responsibility to honor what we say. If we said that it was, send a letter saying that it was commercial, and the individual bought the property based on that, I feel, that we kind of have to honor that, but those are my thoughts. I don't know what you guys think.
With that, like you said, I got 5 different maps, but, when the county submitted this, or sent the letter to the owner, which map did they go by? We don't know.
Yeah.
Did they go by what it says right here, C2?
And I don't know, and I don't.
I don't know. I wasn't here.
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of that individual that did the research, but just by me looking at it, it's very ambiguous with all the different maps. So, again, that's not anybody's fault applicant-wise or Gramercy Plantation-wise. I feel like there's just, where did all these maps come from? Like, they're all contradictory from one another. So, anyway.
Can I ask a question, please?
Chairman.
Sir?
You want to ask a question?
Yeah, you can ask all the questions you want to.
The representative from the applicant, from Inova, originally said that they were all going to use 3 acres. And then when he got back up here again, he said, at this time, the plan is only to use 3 acres. So that tells me that once you guys pass this, that time is going to change, and he can do whatever he wants with the rest of those 10 acres, just by his statement. I mean, it's ambiguous, and I would feel a lot better if you approved the zoning change to C2 for those 3 acres and leave the other 7 acres protected and protect our investment in our property in Gramercy, if that's all he really is going to use.
Yeah, well, that's, without trying to put words in anybody else's mouth, I think that was just him being accurate with what's being asked by the applicant right now. I mean, it is 10 acres. There's nothing in front of this board, or has been in front of our PZ&A board, which is the process we go through, and which they approved it to come here today. There's no process where we're looking at splitting this up at all. I mean, that hasn't been considered before. That's not something we're considering now.
Technically, if you change it to C2, then he can do whatever he wants with those 10 acres. Is that correct?
It's going to be zoned C2 for those 10 acres. He's still going to have wetland preservations. He's still going to have other things to do. C2 has to go through more than your residential property does. Anything commercial has to have commercial site plan, has to come back in front of this board. So it's not just a one and done kind of deal like where you get your permit for your house.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not, there is managed growth in Franklin County. Everybody
and I'm
has
not
a
against
process to go
managed
through.
growth.
Yeah.
I'm against what's going up next
Yeah.
to my property.
Yep.
And if you own property in there, you'd feel the same way.
All right. Any other questions, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I do. Just on the baseline map we're looking at, there's already there's a conservation area.
Hundreds of acres.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just making sure I'm looking at that right.
That's right. Sir, did you have a question?
Yes, I'm just wondering if it's possible to put the decision off until there's time to have these maps and have this really researched to see what really is commercial there and what's not. My property is lot 18, so if you look on the map, you see that's right where that is. I don't know if it corresponds with the commercial that you saw, Ms. Wood, on yours, on that map. I don't know if you see where it says lot 18.
It's not on this map.
Well, then if you look at one of the other maps, it will show you where lot 18 is, and that's where that property is right in front of that. So I don't know if that other commercial stuff you're talking up is further up 65 or down 65. I know the one on the corner of 98 and 65 is a commercial, and you're saying somewhere else on that map there's a piece. Does it correspond to this piece? You said you're not aware if it's actually where this subject property is or not. So I think we should find that out before you base your decision on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yes.
can address that. Procedurally where you are, and I have no reason to believe that Mr. Steele has done anything other than accurately provide the information addressing what the actual land use of this property is and the actual zoning. I understand there's maps out there, Commissioner. Frankly, I wasn't aware there were 5 different maps until you just said so, but I am confident that the planner has accurately identified the current land use and the current zoning, and the applicant, of course, has identified the land use and rezoning that they're requesting. So procedurally speaking, I don't think there's any question about what the actual land use is or what the actual current zoning is, nor is there a question regarding what the applicant is requesting for the land use and the rezoning.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
On Exhibit B, I think this was given to us by Gramercy, people representing Gramercy. The highlighted area they got here is actually further south towards the road than the actual property is. If you'll look at your maps right there, you will see that that highlighted portion that they've got is actually a good piece down. Because if you'll take a look here, and I know this is just you looking at it, this property, where it should be highlighted, is up here. So there's already a buffer. It's not butting up, that property doesn't butt up to the last lot 18. There's a buffer between there.
No, that's the conservation easement.
I understand that, but that's still a buffer.
It's on his property. The buffer is actually on his property. The wetland is, he butts up to the wetland.
There's no doubt about it. If you give permission.
Can you build on it?
No,
There's a buffer.
right, but it's on his property.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is
It's not gonna be on his back door,
yeah,
essentially.
you're not gonna be looking at you're not gonna be looking at his back door from your back door.
Well, if you give them permission to change those 10 acres.
Not with wetland setbacks.
Well, I would hope not.
The wetland's right
Okay,
next to his
okay,
property.
hold on.
I'm sorry.
No, that's
We're
good.
getting out of
Yeah, we're not gonna do
back and forth.
random missiles from the audience. That's not how we operate.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Since the issue of wetlands and the county regulations concerning what you can and can't develop within a wetland has arisen, perhaps if Mr. Steele can give the board some guidance on that issue, it would be appropriate, and it might answer the questions and concerns that the members of the public from Gramercy have brought up here this morning.
Did you catch all that, Mr. Justin? You know where we're at?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool.
So, first, the original development group from 1996 only identified the wetlands portion of the property as needing to be designated as conservation. So any uplands didn't necessarily have to be designated as conservation. However, as a parcel as a whole, you'd want to designate that entire parcel as one land use category. So everything was designated as conservation. There's no conservation easement on the property, or was there required to be a conservation easement. There is no development within 50 feet of wetlands within Franklin County without a variance. Should an applicant request a variance from the county, then the county has stated that it is only the minimal variance needed to allow for development. As there are already uplands on this property, then there would be no need for a variance requested, as shown as part of one of the exhibits included in that agenda item, showing where the applicant intends to build on their uplands. Knowing that they're only going to use the front 3 acres of the property, there's an additional 7 acres that it would be considered as portions of the buffer. Any development that would take place, you would want to buffer it from any residential uses, and there may be significant enough buffering from that residential use that you would need to have any additional buffering as a result of that. That's all I have at this moment.
Yeah, but again, this is The request was for commercial use, so not residential.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I'll be very brief.
Well, it's a public hearing. The last thing we want, Mr. Ted.
Right. I'm
is for
I'm
anybody.
sorry,
No,
but I-
you're good. Hold on just a second. You ask and I will.
Okay, I appreciate it.
That's
Okay,
fine.
I
Hold
provided,
on. Just hold on for a second. This is a public hearing. We always give people a chance to speak. Okay? But we are not going to do this another 10 times. Now, go ahead.
okay, I've given the commissioners a copy of the signed, approved development order for Gramercy. I gave you only 2 pages that absolutely do say that the conservation easements and wetlands, all areas designated as conservation, Greenpoint development needs to be preserved. So you absolutely positively required, and the developer came back and gave you a map that included this as conservation easement, and you incorporated the map that they gave you in 2004 into your county plan, into the current plan, and that's reflected. And Justin just said that when his first presentation part, he said it was preservation and conservation, and yes, there's 3 acres of upland.
Thank you, Mr. Ted. All right, Commissioners, do y'all have any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, and I hate to put, go ahead, Commissioner Amison.
No, I was mumbling.
Justin, what are your thoughts? I know, as our county planner, I know Bree's taken over. What, I look to county staff to guide me too with decisions. What, I hate to put you on the spot, but if you can kind of give us some direction here.
Yes, ma'am. So the original development agreement, although it may be expired, only stated that the portion of the wetlands had to be put into conservation. As there are uplands adjacent to those wetlands that are still in conservation, I don't see any reason that you wouldn't allow a land use change on that portion of the property. Additionally, it's on 65, a major entrance into Franklin County. So at some point in time, there will be push for development along there. And this may be a less intrusive use of the property, of the land, than something that may come down in the future.
Thank you.
Does that answer your questions? No. Any more questions, Commissioner? What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I know I'm probably going to get flack for this, but I feel like that he did his due diligence, and I know 2 wrongs don't make a right, but he did get a letter saying it was commercial property. I'm going to make a motion to approve this.
All right, we do have a motion to approve the land use change from conservation to commercial.
I second.
All right, that motion was made by Commissioner Ward, has been seconded by Commissioner Amison. Any additional discussion, Commissioners? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is a 5-0 vote. All right, now on to the next one. Zoning change.
Motion to approve.
All right, do we need to do anything?
Yeah, we need to conduct another public
Okay.
hearing.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We need
Oh.
to.
You're good, you're good.
Okay.
So, Mr. Steele?
So this is for the same parcel number 2208S06W000000200060. A request from Preservation 1 to Commercial 2, C2. When the board approves the change from from conservation to commercial, it then creates a non-conforming use as to the zoning, because the preservation is not necessarily a zone allowed in commercial. So you would want to assign a zoning category that is consistent with the commercial future land use.
All right.
The applicant is GC65 LLC, Agent is Innovia Consulting Group. This is for 10 acres. The recommendation is approval.
Okay, and that was what was recommended by the PZ&A board, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, we'll go through the same process
Right.
with the applicant and then public comment.
That's fine. Before we do that, Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Steele? All right. Sir, do you have anything you want to say?
I have nothing else to add.
Okay. Then we'll move on to public comment. Does anyone in the room have anything they want to say? To speak publicly? Check by Zoom, sir.
Anyone attending by Zoom would like to comment on this item on the rezoning of this parcel, please indicate by raising your hands. Mr. Chairman, no hands raised.
We have a hand raised here. Go ahead, sir.
Once again, I'm sorry, I don't understand the difference here. Could you kind of elaborate on this just a little bit? Because it sounds like the same thing to me. It sounds like what he just said was preservation can't be zoned C2. Is that what you
No,
just said?
no, what he was saying is you can't commercially use land that's deemed as preservation land without a zoning change. So we've did a land use change, but it's just half of the deal.
Oh, so you're changing this from preservation to C2?
The first one was from conservation to commercial. Now it's from, because that had to do with the land use.
Right.
This one is zoning change is going from potentially from preservation to commercial.
Okay.
You have to do both sides. You can't just do one. All right. Anyone else? All right. So we've heard from Mr. Steele. We've heard from the applicant. We've heard from the public. Commissioners, do y'all have any further questions? Seeing none, what is the pleasure of the board?
So moved to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
I second the motion.
second by Commissioner Amison. Any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Public hearing's over.
Before you move on, I'll be remiss if I didn't say something. I was sitting there thinking about it. So next Friday at 6 o'clock, you have a public hearing for a PUD enabling ordinance. So what not what I do. I'm trying to clarify something. So I can't control what goes out of social media, but I guess what I want to say is to make sure the board discusses it now. Justin is here, Bree is here. This seems like it was trying to be tied as a PUD to then have a discussion publicly in some way. Look what the board does. They enact a PUD today and then they change it tomorrow.
Yeah.
This is not a PUD.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
There's a difference between the development order and the PUD, and I want to be very clear to try in some way to get the facts out there so there's not another narrative that's pushed out on social media about the board and PUDs.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I offend anybody. That's not my intention, but I'm trying my best to clarify what is actually going on and what's happening.
Yeah, I think Mr. Steele clarified that earlier.
He did. Okay, thank you.
What I mean? I really do. I like the way he said it because, so when this property originally started, it was a PUD.
Yes.
On the Greenway.
Yeah, on the Greenpoint, but as it currently sits, it was something completely different.
That's right, it changed. It
Yes.
actually was rescinded.
Yeah, and actually,
It might have been a better idea to keep it a PUD with Greenpoint.
Then they wouldn't have been able to.
Then it
do
would,
They'd
yeah,
have been
then we
locked
would be
in.
having this discussion.
that had been locked in. I will say this, though, before we move on. When we were having the discussions about that, I remember, and I want to bring this up to the commissioners, because again, we're all here together. Now we can talk about it. So there was a point in time in the past where we had Miss Laura Gutcher Mills here in the room. We were discussing something else. And she mentioned at that time, I'd never heard it before, I'm not a planner. That's what we had her hired for. But she mentioned that development orders, which we weren't really talking about today, but I just wanted to make sure the board is aware why I did what I did, and I want to call it to your remembrance. She said, well, development orders, once they're issued, they go away once a certain amount of the properties start to be sold or the development starts to take place. Now it's no longer under an order, it's a development.
It's a development.
There's things happening. So, and I don't know if y'all remember that, but I started to say, hold on a minute, tell me that again. It had nothing to do with what we were talking about. but I wanted to clarify what she was saying. So this board would know that that's the way development orders work. But we're done with the public hearings. Let's take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back and finish. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. So we're going to go next to Weems. They're doing a report, but as they're coming, I want to ask the commission about something. This is what I forgot earlier when Miss Aaron was here. So nothing good happens Friday late. Late last Friday, we got another email from the state about Doge. Not that Doge is bad, but they sent it the time they sent it. They're wanting the county to submit 4 or 5 years worth of information by the 21st. So that's before our next meeting. I think we should ask them for an extension because Miss Aaron's in the middle of doing our budget for us. It's
And that's a lot of
definitely
data.
it's a lot of data. Have no problem giving them the data, but it really puts us in a crunch for, I mean, she can only do so much. Her and her office, which is her and Miss Raffeld, her assistant. They can only churn out so much work. But with that coming up before then, I don't know if we need to do this by motion and vote or direction, but we need to have some way to ask the state to give us an extension of time.
Let's do a motion.
Okay.
Okay.
It wasn't on the agenda and I'd forgotten about it.
Right.
I remembered when Aaron was sitting there, and then if you'll remember, I couldn't remember the thing I was trying to remember, that was it. So I think it'd be better for us to do that. So before we even take action on the potentiality, does anyone in the room want to comment on this since this was not on our agenda? All we're doing is asking for an extension of time because actually they asked for this year's stuff, which we won't even have until we have our budget hearings anyway. It's not available yet.
Right.
I think they
All
know
right.
that. though.
Ask about online, Mr. Morrow.
Anyone online would like to comment on this item before the board takes action? Basically, as the chairman stated, an extension for the Doge request for information.
Does Ms. Aaron know how much time she's going to need?
Well, hopefully they'll give us at least a week or two. I've been told around the state that's about all the leeway they've been giving people. So they might give us to the end of the month, but at least it won't be next week.
Right.
All right, with no public comment, what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second from Commissioner Sanders. We're going to send this request into the state and ask them to give us an extension of time past the 21st of July.
Thank you, sir.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Mr. Walker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
I almost said good morning, but good afternoon.
It's morning somewhere, Mr.
Yeah,
David.
yeah. David Walker.
not here.
Yeah, David Walker, Wings Memorial Hospital. We're here to give an EMS financial update. I have David Bowling. He will give you an update on the financials of the EMS department. And then Mr. James Osteen will give you an update on the staffing, where we are right now with the staffing. David Bowling, come on forward.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
David Bowling, as Mr. Walker just mentioned, and I know you all have had a very busy morning so far, so a lot of information has been shared, but as David mentioned, we wanted to come back before the Commissioners to, certainly as we're looking at, beginning these budget workshops and what have you, just to give an overview as to where EMS is currently from a financial standpoint and operational standpoint. And as David mentioned, James will be sharing some staffing situations and concerns they're having presently as well. And again, this is to share this information and bring awareness to not only the you commissioners, but also the public as well, as far as the overall performance of the EMS. And I know there's been lots of discussions previously about EMS. So again, this is just to bring this financial performance and operational to everyone's awareness. So, we did pull together some information that is shared on a monthly basis with the hospital board, as well as the leadership throughout the organization. And what is in front of you is 3 slides, and I know Mr. Morone will be navigating through these slides for me, and I do have other information that I'll be speaking from and be glad to share any of that information upon any request. But when you look at the 8 months fiscal year-to-date performance, and again, I'm going to walk through these, and please interrupt me if you need to ask questions about them. And when we're saying 8 months, again, it's a 9/30 fiscal year end. We're going to be speaking through May activity from a year-to-date perspective. The June activity is not complete yet, or we would have brought June forward, and we'll certainly bring that forward at any time or any request once completed. But looking at the EMS and what Mr. Roan has up on the screen for everyone, from a volume standpoint, when we talk about volumes, we're talking about, not only total trips, but it does include within total trips, it does include the billable and unbillable related runs. You do see the trended, and again, this reflects is a 12-month rolling trend, but I think what I want to point out to everyone is on the bottom right there, Mr. Morone, where it has the operating indicators. It talks about the billable activity from a year-to-date perspective. I'm assuming that's okay. I can see it on the screen there for everyone. From a year-to-date perspective, when you look at the billable runs, again, these are services that EMS is providing that obviously, as it states, is billable, so chargeable, and will be eventually reimbursable. From a year-to-date perspective, you'll see a 4-year snapshot there. And again, this is the 8 months, 4-year snapshot, year over year over year. And you can see, it's relatively fairly consistent. I mean, there was a spike in 23, but looking at the 25 performance as of May, as of the 8-month period of May of 2025, EMS has had 812 billable runs. Now, what we don't have listed on the sheet here, but I'm going to speak about it for the record, is the unbillable activity. You do see the unbillable trend above, but from a year-to-date perspective, I want to quote some of those numbers just for everyone's awareness. 812 billable for the fiscal year-to-date of 25, but also have had 326 unbillable for that same period as well. So a total of 1,138 related trips for EMS for that 8-month period. When looking at that compared to the same period in the previous year, you see the billable on the screen of 793, but they also had 426 unbillable last year for a total of 1,219. So reason I'm stating that is when you look at the mix in this 2025 8-month period, about 71% of the total runs is related to billable activity versus 65% in the previous year. Okay, so that is a little more complement of increasing in billable activity, which eventually, as I'll get to when we talk about the financial performance, should reflect into a better cash performance related to EMS for that particular service.
Mr. David,
Yes, sir.
is there more than one factor that could cause a run to be unbillable?
I can let James, if you're okay, share that. Do you want to?
Yes, I'm Mr. Ricky. The unbillable are the patient contacts where the patient refuses to go to the hospital after we evaluate them.
Right.
It could be we get on scene and it's something that's law enforcement related. Just it's instances like that. There are several just unbillable. We do a report on it, and then if it doesn't get billed, it's deemed as unbillable.
Okay.
So if it's a standby, like a structure fire standby, we're standby. We still do a report, but it's unbillable because we're just standby.
But they're not all runs to Tallahassee and back.
No.
You know what I mean? That's what I was trying to understand. You know what I'm saying?
And Mr. Chairman, those aren't, that doesn't mean that the patient's uninsured. It's because they technically still bill those individuals, right? They just probably don't pay.
Now, the unbillable ones don't get, there's no charge, there's no bill, there's no nothing, because there's no.
So in other words, and let me kind of retract my question. The unbillable, what you're putting under that, is that unbillable, is that an individual that does not have insurance?
No.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to.
Okay.
That's an individual that pretty much refused to be transported to the hospital with the EMS. It could be if they go out there and they need the person at the house may need somebody to help pick the individual back up, but refuse to go to the hospital. We call that unbillable. But then we can look at our billable, EMS billing, and that's when you can look at your uninsured. How many was uninsured that, but that's a different category there.
So basically, Mr. Chairman, if I may, the unbillable, we don't have any cost technically in that outside of gas.
Yeah, outside of gas and staff.
Yeah.
Because staff goes out there, though.
Yeah. But I mean, the
We're paying
staff's,
them
they're getting paid anyway.
Yeah. There's
So our
no-
expense in an unbillable is
Yeah.
minimal, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's the reason I brought up that complement of the percentage change. 71% is now billable versus 65 in the prior period. Cost is still there. So, technically, you would prefer that ratio of billable be higher, such as what we're seeing today
Oh, yeah,
versus what we were in last year. So that's a great point. Cost is still there for the trip.
But it's not lost revenue. That's the question I was really trying to get at. Is this lost revenue for us? But go ahead.
Great questions. What I'd like to do, just again, speaking, I just spoke through the run activity. Mr. Ron, if we can navigate to the next slide. And again, this is just for illustration purposes. Again, it is somewhat busy, but it gives you a line graph. And again, it's the same type of, it really puts the numbers in more of a graphical illustration so that you can see, and that, again, has the year over year type snapshot there, but you can kind of see how it ebbs and flows throughout the months and so forth, but you can see the consistency that EMS has experienced within that billable activity. And I won't spend too much on that. Again, it's just an illustration for folks' eyes. It may be easier than looking at the actual physical number. And Mr. Rowan, if we can toggle to the next. So here is, what's in front of you, and that Mr. Ron has pulled up on the screen, is the actual year-to-date financial related performance. And I'm going to put, obviously discuss this and open to any questions related to this. This is, again, from a year-to-date perspective, it is looking at the 8-month, again, year-to-date ending of May of 2025. June is being prepared now. June will be presented to the board, hospital board at the end, at the scheduled board meeting for this month, and then we'll certainly provide any and all necessary information at any request. This is a snapshot compared to the budget for EMS for that same period, and when you look at the activity, and I want to clarify some of the activity, this is a gross margin snapshot, which the first line when you look at gross patient revenue, that's chargeable revenue for the services that have been provided by EMS. And you can see that from a 8-month snapshot, the EMS has been able to charge and provide services of nearly $916,000. Now that's patient chargeable, meaning that's what they charge for the services that's being provided. Slightly under the budget, and I think as I mentioned earlier when I talked about the overall runs and so forth, we are seeing those, again, from a year-over-year standpoint, slightly down. But what I want to bring clarity around as far as, again, this is chargeable. We would love, I think anyone would love to collect 100% of that chargeable related activity. However, we know that's not reality. But I will state that from a collection standpoint, about 62% of that will be yielded to collections, which leaves about 38% or so of that falling out in what would be considered an uncollectible or a contractual related situation based on the payer of the patient that's being transported. So saying all that, gross patient revenue at $916 on a 62% related yield, you would expect an anticipated net performance or net patient-related revenue, which would be cash collections performance, of nearly $568,000 for this 8-month period. Now, when we looked at actual year-to-date cash that has been collected, that's roughly $573,000 for this 8-month period. So it's fairly consistent, as I said, with that anticipated yield rate. Now, again, before I walk through any of the operating expenses, I want to state how that differential falls out into that bottom line performance. So you see $95,000 as a margin loss. Again, that's before contractual. And as I just mentioned, when you add that contractual difference, the difference between the 62% yield that we should expect to collect versus what we won't collect because of the contractual relationship, about $348 would fall into that net overall bottom line performance. So year-to-date loss, I would safely state that is around a $443,000 roughly loss from a year-to-date standpoint. Again, it's 8 months. year-to-date standpoint, which when you look at it on a monthly basis, that's about a 55,000. Extrapolate that over the 12-month period, running about a 660 or so loss. And I think that has been consistently shared through previous discussions as well, that EMS is operating at a anticipated loss, after all subsidies and all consideration of other activity. So walking down through the operating expenditure performance and what, again, contributes to the loss. When you look at salary, obviously salaries and wages we know is the largest item of expenditures within EMS, as it is within the hospital and nearly all organizations. When you look at the year-to-date salaries and wages, again, 8-month year-to-date at $1.2 million, versus a budget of $1,209,000, roughly a 6% increase or so, 70,000, 6% increase in expenditures related to salaries and wages. Inside of that, or quite frankly, nearly all of that is related to overtime activity for EMS, and I'll quote some numbers here. Again, it's not on paper, but again, I have these numbers for reference. The fiscal year to date, again, 8-month 2025 performance, overtime hours around 14,078 at roughly $526,000 related to overtime within these numbers. Prior fiscal year to date, just for comparison purposes, around 13,620. So overtime hours are slightly up as reflected there, and dollars last year at this time were around 446,000 within the overtime. So the 526, 446, roughly 80,000 delta year over year, certainly contributing the main driver behind that budget miss there, if you want to call it, related to salaries and wages. And again, looking at a total operating expenditure standpoint, you can see the other categories, are fairly consistent or fairly on related to their budget performance. I will state supplies, just for clarity, roughly up almost 8,000 versus budget. Supplies earlier or throughout the year, or earlier in the year, I should say, there were some butterfly probes, and I won't get into too many specifics related to the supplies, minor equipment supplies that were purchased that weren't anticipated within the budget, but certainly can share any of that information upon any request. When you look again, and I think it's important, as we've stated here, that and I think, again, from a consistency standpoint, we're seeing this in previous presentations that others have shared with the commission and so forth, that yes, EMS, we all know they're doing a great job. I mean, they're doing as efficient job as they can. I will ask James in a moment here to stand up and talk about the challenges they continue to have within the staffing mix and so forth, which has contributed to some of this overtime, certainly throughout the year. But I do know that obviously it's something that we're monitoring as closely as we can, as effectively as we can, and I know James has a lot of other personnel-related statistics and so forth that he'll share and can speak about upon the board's request. But again, for transparency purposes and for not only for you county commissioners but also public, we wanted to bring forward the current, again, unaudited fiscal year-to-date performance for EMS, and I'm open to address any questions or certainly provide any other information that I can to better explain.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yeah.
On the operating expenses, Mr. Bowling, and you may not be able to answer this, I don't know, but what category would the fuel be under?
So that one more time.
The fuel, what part of this in the operating expenses does the fuel under? Would it be supplies, or would it be
the fuel
operating?
The fuel would technically be in other expenses, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. But I can certainly bring clarity around that. Typically,
I was just
that's where-
curious, because that's a pretty big expense, I'm sure,
Yeah.
especially traveling outside of the county on transport. So that's kind of why I was wanting that in a specific category so that I could know.
Sure.
Which is-
I can certainly provide the details and again, don't have it specifically right in my hands at the moment. As James speaks in here in a minute, I can certainly look up real quickly and tell you which category that falls under. But typically, I would think it's under other expense rather than under a supply-related expense. But I'll get clarity for that, Commissioner Ward.
Follow up on Commissioner Ward.
Hey.
What about, two-part, where are the meds in the operating system that they have to use? And if James could answer for me, as we move towards EMS as a county department, let me just ask the question, are we going to be paying more for the meds that they use because they're no longer under wings?
Okay.
Is that a question for Louis or a question for James, basically?
Well, before I step away and we address that question, I do want to bring fuels under supplies.
Okay,
Just
thank
got
you.
just got clarity on that. Just was able to glance at that real quickly and got a quick note for
Yeah.
those that are listening. Fuel is under supplies. But as far as the meds and so forth, of course, meds is located in supplies in the category here as well. And James, I don't know if you have other information to share, but I will say currently all pharmaceuticals are being purchased through our Alliant purchasing arrangement, which does have national tier-based pricing that is available with the relationship of working with us. We can look to extend some of that to the county as well. I think that can be provided. So I'm not jumping ahead and speaking for James, but that can be provided. Now, obviously, it'd be a separate type of relationship outside of what the hospital is, but it certainly can be provided. And what I'm saying there is that you would still fall under the same type of tier-based, because you'd fall into the tiered category. It's just it would be just technically a separate entity from that standpoint versus the entity that's falling under.
Still take advantage of that purchasing?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I
That
was
certainly can be
curious about
available.
that, Commissioner.
Absolutely. And I don't speak for you.
David, what was those overtime numbers again?
Overtime through the current fiscal year to date, Commissioner, is 14,078 hours, and the prior fiscal year to date was 13,620 hours. So it is slightly up versus that prior year performance. The complement of and I'll state this again and apologize for getting too number specific, but that 14,000 represents about 33% of the overall hours within staffing the EMS versus 31% in that overall mix of hours in the previous year as well. So they are seeing, again, slightly higher utilization usage of overtime, certainly reflected in this 80,000 budget, exceeding budget for the current 8-month period. But I'll let James clarify from a staffing standpoint where they're at today. Again, this is May's numbers, or 8-month May's numbers, but he can share with you where they're at today from a staffing standpoint and the numbers they have presently and so forth, in the kind of the ebb and flow and turnover and so forth they have experienced throughout this year that has contributed to that.
Cost-wise amount, what is the amount for overtime?
Overtime in fiscal year to date, the 8-month is 526,000 roughly. Again, these are approximate numbers. They're 526 and some change, and the prior year was around 446 and some change. So about 80,000, which is roughly your overall delta there between the salaries. Complement there.
One question before we let Mr. James come up.
Yes, sir.
The numbers we're looking at, this 1.287 actual, this says May 25 for salaries and wages.
That's correct.
Is that in 5 months?
No, 8.
Okay.
8-month. 8-month is, yeah, from October 1 through May.
Okay.
Yep, it's an 8-month.
I'm glad I asked, because I was like that. That had me all messed up, sorry.
No,
It's just me. I was like, $250,000
Yeah.
a month, guys, we fitting to do something different.
Yeah, and it's your fiscal, this is the fiscal year to
Okay,
date, so it's a 10/1 through 9/30 fiscal year end, so it's 10/1 through, 10/1 of 2024 through May 31st of
I'm good.
2025.
And so this is based on the same model that we're moving now, through 3-in-1. It's the overtime that we have now. So it's the same exact model.
Yeah, and James he will talk about this also, but this is the same model you're moving to. Now, one of the, hopefully, the beautiful things about moving to the county is that you'll have more staff.
Yes.
And then the overtime will come down.
Yes.
So that's the,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just my thought. I mean, hopefully.
Not to be funny, but that is a prayer, Pastor.
Yeah.
Well, that's what was presented to us by Mr. Louis. So I think with what color where he's at now currently, I'm sure I'll mess it up, but they do a 48-96 schedule or something like that. So their overtime's baked in. So, I mean, I seen an advertisement what color had on social media for trying to hire somebody brand new for EMS, $51,000 a year. But they were already baking in the overtime. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they're already adding it all up and saying, yeah, you'll make $51,000 because you're gonna work this many hours. You know what I mean? So that's what we gotta get to, instead of just, we need somebody, let them work, it doesn't matter. That's what we're paying through the nose for.
Right.
That's
We
right.
need what we need,
Yeah.
but we need to have it more
Controlled.
streamlined, controlled.
Yeah, and to Mr. Marone's point too, I mean, you look at the model today, and again, and I want to reiterate in the numbers, I mean, I know that says adjusted margin, 95,000 loss. Again, it does not have the contractual element that I just mentioned earlier, about 62% of, or give or take, and that's based on historical performance of that charge number up top, the gross patient revenue will fall through about 38% of the delta of the 62 will fall through as contractual related allowances and or adjustments that will be uncollectible. So saying all of that again, that would represent a year-to-date loss, currently a month year-to-date loss of approximately $448,000.
Right.
Again, it's roughly 55 or so per month, extrapolated about 660, 670 on an annualized basis right now as an
Without the
operating
subsidy.
entity.
Let me just add, we'll bring James up to talk about the staffing. I just want to just add this also, and we were talking about the overtime baked in. We have overtime baked in, but our issue is that when we don't have enough staff,
Yeah.
then we got to have somebody to jump in and pick that up.
So there went debate.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got you. All right, Mr. James. Do you remember the question that was asked? Because I don't.
Okay. Mr. Marone, on yours, as far as pharmaceuticals is concerned?
Yes, sir.
We purchase our pharmaceuticals through Weems, so the purchasing part, now whether we get a discount or not, I don't know what the discount is. That'll be a Louis question.
Yeah.
And we can look into that. He may have the answer now.
Yeah.
But we'll have our own vendors. We'll have to get our own vendors to get the pharmaceuticals because we'll order them direct from the pharmaceutical companies rather than through Weems like we currently do. So when we need pharmaceuticals right now, we get them through Weems Pharmacy. We put an order into the pharmacy, they get them,
And if I understand correctly, Weems is getting them from, through Alliance Purchasing Power.
Yeah, what we have a GPO, a purchasing contract, a big contract, so that means we get discount drugs. And so what we still can do, the county, let me know if I'm wrong, the county can also, we can have them participate as part of our GPO. So even when you do the orders, you know what I mean, that manufacturer would know, hey, this is Alliant Purchasing. I have to give you this discount for that drug.
Yes,
So we
sir.
can work all that out.
We want the discount. Yes, sir.
Discounts are wonderful.
Right. One question, and this is, only Alliant can probably answer this. So right now, the ambulance service is ordering their medications through Williams. I know it's gonna be different going forward. Williams is getting them from Alliant through purchasing program. So the ambulance service is actually paying for the meds. They're being charged for them. What's the rate of, what's the percentage of profit?
That, I don't know. That, I don't have any numbers.
It should be
on
a
that.
straight pass-through is what I want to hear. But if there's any profit being made, I want to know.
No, it'd be a pass-through.
Okay.
I mean, it's an expenditure. I mean, they're ordering it through the hospital. I mean, they're utilizing the hospital's purchasing power to buy the supplies. It's a direct pass-through. I mean, there's no market, there's no additional markup on top of that to generate any profitability
I don't know
for
if
the
you know
hospital.
this or not, and it ain't healthcare, but people do that with their businesses. They'll have one business supplying something to the business, and it gets marked up a little bit, and then they,
No, there's no admin fee or anything tacked on top
Extra.
of it.
Cool.
There is admin fee. It's a maintenance fee.
Yeah, there you go.
Management
If you
fee.
remember back, a while back, Mr. Chairman, TMH was very good at telling us that they did all this through their purchasing power.
Yes.
So that's the reason why we want to know what the purchasing power would win.
Yes.
And to know, because, I mean, if we're getting into this business, we need everybody sharing
Oh, yeah.
we need everybody sharing.
That's good for me.
Because I think it's a good thing, but anyway.
Any other-
So just for clarity, we can continue to purchase through a line.
For now.
Yes, sir. Yeah, yeah, even, yeah.
Once
even-
we
And
bring this
transition,
under our
yes,
umbrella as well.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I thought I was hearing that.
It's available.
And why I got you, just out of curiosity for me, other expenses, could you give me an example of what other expenses are? Just so I have that, I mean, it's kind of general.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking.
And I'll give you a better breakdown of it. I mean, again, I don't have it in front of me, but I can certainly provide, the full breakdown. And that's why I had clarity on the supplies to say that fuel is inside of supplies rather than other.
I'm assuming pharmaceuticals is under that as well.
No, pharmaceuticals will be under supplies.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I was wondering what
Yeah.
other expenses would
Yeah.
actually be.
Let me get clarity around a
That's
lot
fine.
of that. If there's any type of, again, minor equipment, as I mentioned earlier, is going to fall under supplies, pharmaceutical supplies, obviously fuel supplies. But I'll get clarity. I don't have it exactly in front of me.
I would ask that he emails me a breakdown that I can forward to you guys.
Yeah, that's fine.
please do that,
When you start saying other expenses, I'm probably thinking, in my mind, maintenance, where does all that fall in?
Any
at?
type of rents, leases, maintenance,
Yeah, we need to know.
IT-related activity, things of that nature can be categorized under other. But I'll provide any detail, and we can circulate that out through email. I mean, obviously there's, I'm going to get accounting nerdy, but obviously there's a lot of general ledger accounts that roll up under these categories. So we can provide all that expanded detail.
Going back to the purchasing, not only the medicines, but you're looking at other equipment. When EMS order equipment, they can order that under our purchasing number, and that way they get a discount. Because sometimes if you don't use the purchasing number, some vendors will charge you a higher price. And then we go back and say, hey, no, we're under this purchasing vendor here, and then they have to adjust that. So even the equipment, you want to make sure that's not only medicine, but the equipment is included in that.
State bid list. Any other questions, commissioners? Mr. James, you have something?
I was just going to go through the
Oh, go ahead.
staffing.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, as far as staffing goes, I'm currently seeking, as of yesterday, I was seeking four full-time paramedics. I did have one start today, so we're down to 3. I do have an EMT, one of my EMTs who is a paramedic student who finishes up in a couple weeks. He'll be out of school, so once he gets oriented, he'll swap over to the paramedic part of this. And then I'll be seeking two full-time paramedics and 1 full-time EMT to become.
How many FTEs do you have right now?
How many EMTs?
No, FTEs. How many full-time employees do you
I
have right now?
have a total of 18.
Okay.
And I need 21.
I understand. Okay.
So, it's just, that's worse coming in, and just to give you some perspective on the overtime. I took the last 2 pay periods. This one we're in, we get paid this week, and the previous one. Now, the previous one, once everybody was plugged into the schedule, their normal shifts without any additional overtime or any extra overtime, if you will. I started out that schedule with 528 hours of open vacant hours that were not filled because of lack of staffing. I did fill it with 210 hours of overtime. In the same way that this last pay period, the current one we're in right now, started with 600 vacant hours. And, I gave a total of 311 overtime hours to be able to staff the ambulances. and still was left with 288 hours of vacancies that I staffed with the QRV, the captain, pulled them down, rather than shutting down an ambulance. So that's where we're at with the overtime. It's just hours just add up very quick, especially on 24-hour shifts.
Yep.
And that's where we are currently.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. And
Yes.
James, you may not be able to answer this, and if you don't, that's completely okay. I know, and extenuating circumstances happen to where, say, your paramedic EMT on the truck have a last-minute transfer to Tallahassee or Panama City. And that's overtime. I know that that's kind of hard to control sometimes, but how do y'all handle that? Like if, say, for example, it's right at the change of shift, and you've got these guys, and I know, again, emergently, you can't wait for staff, but if you've got staff that are coming in to relieve the one crew, do you allow the old crew to take that patient, or you say, hey, guys, y'all the new crew's here, let's put the truck on, then y'all take the patient on, to prevent that overtime?
If it's a non-emergent transfer per se, if it can.
I know emergent, you have to do
We'll
what you
hold
have
it
to do.
off.
Yeah.
We'll hold off
Okay.
on it. If it's, say the call comes in at 6:30, we change shifts to 8 o'clock. I can't, we can't put it off
Right.
too late, but say that's 6:30, and we'll call the hospital, we'll say, hey, we have shift change coming up, can it wait until, it's non-emergent? Most of the time, they're pretty cool with it, and it's not a problem. Now, if it's an emergency, it's gotta go because there's something
Right.
going on, helicopter's not available, whatever, then it's gotta go,
Yeah.
so.
I know
So, yeah,
helicopters.
we do try to minimize that if it happens, and it doesn't happen that often, so
Okay.
thankfully.
Thanks. I do know, Mr. Chairman, our area helicopters, they very rarely fly because of our thunderstorms we have.
Well, this time of the year
Yeah,
especially,
it's
the
hard
storms
for
just
them
pop up,
To
so.
fly, yeah. Thanks, James.
Yeah, just one other comment, and this is for Commissioner Amison. What's in other is utilities. That's your biggest line item that's inside of that. So electricity, phone, cable, education, and some software fees are inside that other. But the largest component of that are utilities related of those three categories. So electricity, phone, and the cable satellite.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation too. The only thing I will say, from the board, in the future, if we're gonna have anything that's gonna come to us, we really need to get these handouts ahead of time. Not just for us, but so the public can see them. We make our agenda available to the public. We try to have it available as quick as we can, so everybody can see through it and know the things we're gonna be discussing.
Sure.
And it is what it is, guys, the numbers are the numbers, but we do need to get that stuff ahead of time,
Understood. Yeah,
if
absolutely.
it's all possible.
Yep.
All right. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Morone?
Commissioners, Commissioner Emerson, I put some page numbers today, yesterday. Page 15. I mostly, first, Commissioner, do you want to ask for any public comment on
yes.
any of my items since I submitted it so late yesterday?
Yes, we can. Is there anyone wanting to comment on anything to do with Mr. Morone's report before we start discussing and potentially take action? Anyone in the room? Check online, Mr. Morone.
Anyone online would like to comment on any of the items in my report? I have 4 discussion possible action items. Indicate so by raising your hands, please. No hands raised, sir.
All right, go ahead.
All right, at your last meeting, Commissioners, I reminded the board that the TDC admin contract expires September 30th. That date is quickly approaching. Will the board approve another extension or direct staff to advertise? Keep in mind that the vendor contracts, they expire on December 31st. So to avoid any delays due to the holidays, I will be asking you to make the same decision probably sometime next month.
All right, it's a pleasure of the board.
So extension or advertise for the TDC administrative contract.
Mr. Chairman, I'd say just advertise. I mean, why extend it out? I feel like it's the right thing to do. We send, we'd have other people that we advertise for. I think it would be in our best interest for transparency purposes as well to advertise, but that's my thought. I'll make a motion to advertise.
I'll second our motion with comment.
Okay, so we do have a motion by Commissioner Ward. It's been seconded by Commissioner Anderson to put it out for advertisement. Commissioner, go ahead.
And I did go back over the last couple of weeks and looked at that, and you know, we require the vendors to resubmit. It's only right that we require the actual contract between the director as well, because as previously stated by Commissioner Sanders, that technically is a vendor to us as well, and it's only right. We're going to ask our vendors to, you know, that work for, that's contracted with TDC, then obviously I think it's just more transparent, it's the right thing to do. And that's really all I got.
All right. Anyone else have any discussion?
I got one question.
Yes.
So with the vendors, do the years still have to stagger?
That is going to, that's my intention. My intention when
They coming up, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
so
December 31st.
what kind of threw that off was the extension to the admin contract. So I'm gonna get that back on track again, either with the vendors, you know, maybe give them a longer contract and to make it offsetting from the admin. One of the two I have to fix.
But the best way to do that is, since we're going out with this, and we can discuss this in when we get closer in December, we can just extend the vendors. for,
That too.
Say 6 months, whatever.
To put it back, kind
Yeah,
of
to
back
put
on
it in
track.
that
Yeah,
overlap, that
make
way,
sure-
in case we ever have a change.
Yes.
You don't want to
it's-
change everybody.
We don't
at
want
one
to, we
time.
don't want
Right.
to just stop the whole wheel from
Yeah.
turning.
Yes, that,
Yeah.
Now, if y'all want to change everybody at one time.
No,
y'all need
because
to-
you want a smooth transition.
yeah, sure enough. That could be a case, yes, it's a very good idea, Commissioner. Very
These
good.
contracts gonna be for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, what they gonna be for?
Well, if we kind of, which one comes first, the chicken and egg? If we're going to do an extension for the vendors, then I would do this for 2 years. So keep it an even number so that it'll never be the vendors and the admin at the same time. That was your intent, Commissioner Emerson, what you're
Yeah.
saying with it, yeah.
I think it should be, if it's going to be 2 years for the vendors, it should be the same as,
consistent.
as. for
Admin,
the-
just
yeah.
one on an odd year, one on an even year, basically. So, yeah,
I think that's the fairest way to do it.
okay.
It needs to be consistent.
All right, anyone else? Any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? All right, go ahead, Mr. Rowe.
All right, Commissioners, you know we've been running an ad for TDC, that vacant seat on the TDC to help you guys get enough people for you to have your meetings. The deadline was Friday, July 11th, last Friday. I have 8 applications. I'm going to, after today, I'm going to scan them all to a folder for your review. At the next meeting in August 6th, there will be selection. My plan is to do it the same way we did the last time, where you guys pick and score the top 3, and then the one with the most points is who the board appoints to that. Just for information purposes, I let you guys know I did reach out to everyone that submitted in the past. I had a few that wanted to resubmit. I had 2 that never responded, and 1 asked that I pull their application. They are just too busy right now. So you should be getting that link. I can't promise you today. I'll try my best to get it to you guys tomorrow so you can start your review. And so basically, if you're good with that, that's basically what I was asking.
So do we need to make a motion for that?
Yeah, if that's the process, if you're good with the process, I can set it up on my report correctly at the next meeting.
Okay. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Second comment.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Croom, and the motion is to, for us to receive these submissions after today's meeting and have this scheduled for our August 6th meeting so we can possibly take action then. correct?
Selection, yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner.
So with the last time, when we had the TDC applicants, you know, I've called the applicants, or they call me, and one of the questions I ask is, you know, hey, can you get along with, you know, our current TDC board and and all of that. And having said all of that, you know, they told me yes. There's a couple boards that I always get, I would say, complaints on, and one of them is the TDC board. I mean, I'm always hearing petty stuff, or there's a bunch of discord and all that stuff. And how I feel about the boards, all boards that we have control of, should mirror our board. We have our own opinions. We may not agree on everything, but at the end of the day, we get the job done and we move on. All this discord on certain boards, we need to stop that, because I'm tired of hearing it.
So, Commissioner, I don't know who you're hearing from as the chair of your TDC board.
Yes, I know you're on the board.
Our last 3 meetings have been 30 minutes long. There's definitely no discord there.
That's what I've been
We're getting
told.
done and getting out. So I don't know who you're hearing from, but maybe
Just from different people.
yeah, maybe who you're hearing from's got their own opinion of it. But yeah, I have it. Please direct it my way. I'd appreciate
But
that.
having said that, I feel that every board should mirror our board. Have our, have our own opinion, and just stop all this stuff I'm hearing. I'm just getting tired of it. And at the end of the day, I don't know, Attorney Schuler, if we have a problem with boards, can we create new boards? I don't know.
We can kick
You
somebody
can,
off the
but I
board.
think you're a long way
You can
from-
remove somebody
I
from the
think you're a
board.
long way from verifying you got a problem first.
Yeah. Mr.
I
Chairman,
don't know if
you-
it's just, you're right, it may not just be the TDC board.
No, it's just, I'm saying, like, I didn't. I
can't
said-
you remove the board member if they're causing discontent?
Yes, I was going to say, I've always advised the board that the power to appoint inherently comes with it the power to remove.
Then you always hear, the argument could be, well, we don't have people who are applicants. Well, if there's not so much tension on certain boards, you may have applicants, and that's what I heard from applicants before. So that is my statement, and that's why I stand with it.
Okay.
Sure. Now, there's a process for removal, but. just
I'm
like
not
you
talking
can
about
appoint,
removing
you can
anyone, I'm
remove.
just making a statement.
Well,
That
Commissioner
we all
Cliff-
need to work together.
Yeah, but I will say this, Mr. Chairman, if I may, that on boards, when you put people in there to ask a hard question, some people don't like that. I don't want to potentially circumvent that as well, because I don't think any of us five have a problem asking another one of us a hard question.
No, we don't.
I mean,
I don't think we
but I
do.
mean, that's what, at the end of the day, that's what we want to have, that good mix of people in there
Yes.
that's going to be that way. Now, granted, sometimes that could be taken on a personal note, I guess. I don't know, but we don't want to potentially muzzle anybody as well. I mean, we as long as it's being done professionally, it's not, we're not having personal attacks against our boards or something like that. That's where I would have an issue. But if we have a legitimate question that is brought up by a board member, then by all means, I'm going to support them 100%. Yeah.
Commissioner, there's nothing wrong with asking hard
Yep.
questions. The boards that I'm on, I'm usually the one asking the hard questions. Even my director's boards that I'm on with my other job.
Gotta
But,
ask a question.
Having said that, that's not an issue with me. It's just all the other mess that I have to deal with. And Commissioner, or Mr. Chair, no, I'm not trying to attack you in any way.
No, I didn't take it that way.
And just,
No, I didn't take it that way.
okay.
I think you need to
just
get
want
control of
know
that TDC.
I do.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
went from
nothing
4-hour
against you.
meetings to 30 minutes. I
So-
need to tighten up.
You
It's all
know,
good.
can I say a
Yes,
comment?
you sure can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all come from different parts of the county, but we all in here together.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, that's all that counts. I know there's things that I'd rather not see happening, and I know there's things that some of y'all would rather not see happening, but it happens. And we all have our opinions. But at the end of the day, I'm glad I'm one of y'all, and I know one thing for sure, I know y'all got my back. Just like I got y'all. And that's what we come to understand. When you come up here and you sit on these boards like this to make the absolute decision for the people of Franklin County, you better not have nothing else in mind but for the betterment of the county. And that's the way it is. And we can all have our personal gripes and complaints and stuff like this, and if I could, I'd choke FWC's neck.
Uh-oh.
You know, but I can't.
No,
So
you can't
what-
do that.
You know, you got to learn that, and it's not FWC. It's just the whole situation about the legislature. This is one of their most valuable resources out here in this water. It's a state, but yet when it comes together, we fight it together. You know, and we come from different areas and stuff, but. Do not feel afraid, Commissioner Crooms, to bring whatever your issues are to this board, because we will listen to them and we will help you figure it out.
Yes, you don't, my message, Commissioner, to make sure I'm being clear, you don't have to absorb that alone. Bring it to us. We'll
Yeah,
show
I'm
it
not,
together.
yeah.
That's right.
Because we're not about no stupidity, I can promise you.
And
None of us.
whatever it is, we'll work it out one way or the other, won't
Yeah.
we? Yep.
I do want to ask a question, Mr. Rome, to clarify before we vote.
Yes, sir.
You said we're doing it exactly like we did last time, but last time there was some heartburn.
Yeah, that's what I was
Exception
gonna
of being
say.
anonymous, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I
Yeah,
should
yeah.
have
Just
said
want
that.
to make sure what we're doing.
Yes,
Yeah.
to save myself and Attorney Schuler some emails, yes, we won't be anonymous anymore.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Yes.
Any other discussion before we vote on this item? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Go ahead, sir.
Can we pass a motion not to ask the staff any hard questions?
That's what y'all are there for.
Oh, okay. Cool.
That
Um,
15%
Really, Mike?
I tried.
Where
Item number
we
three.
gonna get answers from if we can't?
Item
Hello.
number 3, Commissioners, in a letter of support, the board is aware there are 2 vacant seats on the Triumph Board. One will be appointed by your governor, the other by your Attorney General. Mr. Tom Morgan, local business owner, is interested in one of those appointed seats and has asked for a letter of support from the board. If appointed, Mr. Morgan would be the first Triumph Board member from Franklin County. Attached to my report is a draft letter of support for your review and the chairman's signature.
Mr. Rome, before we start the discussion, I want to ask to amend what you're asking for here. If the board is inclined to do a letter of support, I want to do 2 letters.
Okay.
Because there's 2 openings.
2 seats.
There's
All
one
right.
with the governor, there's one with the attorney general. So if the board is inclined to do that, he might as well apply for both and maybe we'll get one. Instead of putting all our eggs in one basket.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, I'm glad you brought that up because we were actually trying to, not really corner Attorney General Upmeyer when we were down at our conference, but we did try to go seek him out
Yes.
afterwards because we were going to try to talk to him in person about it, but he took off.
Yeah, he didn't
But
stay long.
I do agree that why not get both? I would like to see if we could have 2 Franklin County people appointees, one from Attorney General, one from the governor. I don't think that's going to happen, but if anybody out there wants to do that, I mean, we throw that name under the hat too. But with that being said, I'll make a motion to authorize the chairman's signature on the letter of support for both the governor and the Attorney General Upmeyer for Mr. Tom Morgan to be on the Triumph Board.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. It's been seconded by Commissioner Crew. Any discussion before we vote?
I just got one short comment.
Yep.
I received a text message about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Me and the sheriff did, and it was Mr. Morgan that said, "Hey, I understand there's a couple of availability on the Triumph Coast Board, and I want to throw my hat in there. And what do you think?" The sheriff's like, "I think it's a great idea." I had a book telling him why I thought that was wonderful. Number one, Mr. Morgan's got connections all along the coast here, and he's got some influential connections as well. We need, as far as I've only been here a short amount of time, but we have no perception on what we need as small areas. Us in Gulf County, I think it would be just as beneficial for them if Mr. Morgan got this appointment.
Yep.
But we don't have anybody that understands our needs, and we really need some local input on that Triumph Board.
Yep.
I mean, that's the one thing that I have realized dealing with this that has been vacant, is that we don't have any perception on that board whatsoever that can understand what our needs and what our asks are here, coming from a small area. Now, they can throw money all that bay right on, that way, but we just don't seem to get it.
And I hope that the Attorney General or the Governor, whoever, would really consider a recommendation if we give that recommendation. I know he's already, just from personal conversation, the sheriff's already sent a letter, and others as well. But anyway, I was just ecstatic to get that. So I'll leave it at that. We'll vote on it, and it'll land where it lands.
Do we know if Wakulla County or Gulf County has sent a letter of recommendation in for anybody? Do we know that? Because see, as long as the Triumph Board has been made up, it's always been Gulf and Wakulla County. Nobody's ever been appointed from Franklin.
Yep.
Nobody. And that, for that reason, right there, I'm going, you know, say yes to Mr. Morgan, because we really need to have somebody on that board representing Franklin County, because they don't have a clue what we, you know, what we're about.
All right, any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, go ahead, Mr. Roll.
All right, Commissioners, from my final discussion item, the FAC Innovation and Policy Conference, that's not next month, in September 17th and 18th, and your legislative conference is November 19th and from the 19th to the 21st. First, both conflicts, which Commissioner Kroon brought up months ago, a couple of months ago, both conferences conflict with scheduled meeting dates. So hopefully maybe by next month, we could start talking about rescheduling those meetings. But additionally, Commissioner Kroon would like to know, when are we going to discuss what any policies or items that we will put forth at both conferences, you know, to discuss amongst this board as they get closer. So that's another thing he wants you guys to be mindful about. And maybe at the next meeting, we do both. We reschedule and we discuss certain, whatever policies we're bringing forth. And Commissioner Kroon, I'll let you jump in, because this is.
Yeah, because I got the email, been on one of the policy, or two of the policy boards, the other two, about this is the time to start up submitting. So
the one thing, the September meeting I won't be going to, but the November meeting I will, if it's not messing up my hunting season. but now I could be going November, I'm teasing. But the only thing that I say as far as the legislative policies, Commissioner Kroon, is to keep us held harmless on all the legislative stuff that's going to come down. We have not been kept harmless this year, I can tell you, with only $2 million coming down for the restoration of the bay. But that's what I say, you know, like the SCRAP, the SCOP, the, you know, County Incentive Grant Program, all those programs, we always try to say, hey, you know, hold us harmless, and, you know, keep funding this stuff and hold us harmless, because it took so long to get legislation in there for small counties like Franklin County to be able to qualify to be able to use those programs. And now that we've got the use of them, we can see the benefits of it. So we don't like for it to go nowhere. And usually, basically, what we usually do is use, you know, between small counties, legislative priorities and fact legislative priorities, they pretty much have got us covered on it. But that's the main thing, to just keep the counties harmless, held harmless. But
Mr. Chairman, I guess the first question would be, how many of us are going to both? Because if there's, say, just two of us going, that still is a quorum, and it might be to where we can go via Zoom and still vote, right? We just won't be able to, you can't vote on so you have to be present to vote.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was just to make a motion or second to be present for, but I mean, I know that I've got to go to both, because I'm vice chair on the Health, Safety, Justice Committee.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote.
And you gotta go, because he's on the board of directors, so that's two of us there.
I gotta go.
And then Ricky's got, Chairman Jones has to go, because
that's
he's
three.
vice chair on the Small
I'm
County
going
Coalition.
November.
Yeah,
So
so
that's-
we'll
might
just
as well
reschedule the dates.
both.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
all right.
And just look over your calendars, and I'll add it to my next my report in August, so that we could set the dates then and advertise those dates to the public, so they know that we're changing those meeting dates. Okay, so
Just do it the Tuesday before
I will try, if that's, you know, I'll talk to
court.
Teresa, to the judge, and then try and work out what's available, okay? And then bring back some options to you in my next report. Actually, Commissioners, I'll reach out to you before then so that I kind of
Yeah,
get a sense of
the-
what you guys are good with.
Tuesday before would be good for me because I'm already having to take that day off from work to travel.
Okay.
So the problem is we'll just have to make those meetings, we have to keep in mind that if we're doing it the day before conferences, we will be traveling that day on that
Yep.
Tuesday. So that's something to bear in mind.
So as Royce and Commissioner Croom would say, try your best to keep the agenda light. That's what you're telling me in a nice way.
Yes,
Okay.
But, Mr. Chairman, to elaborate on this, talking about policy, I spoke at the meeting the last time about the policy that we already had last year for the sales tax. The sales tax, the sales tax. Is that, I know you said you had a copy of it. I was looking for it. Should it still be on the FACT policy?
It's not, it's something you'd have to resubmit. I can tell you from asking, I've asked since our last meeting, with the current situation in Tallahassee, we're probably wasting our time to ask for a tax. More than likely, they would be in favor of it if they would, so we would tax the residents 1 cent and then roll back 1 mil on your, that's where their mind's at.
Really?
Yes. So even though those taxes
Well,
are
they're
supposed to be in
property
place
taxes.
to help you get revenues that you wouldn't normally get to do things you're not normally able to do, that's where their mind is in Tallahassee right now.
So it's basically
You know what?
home rule out the door.
I don't know. I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
With the current leadership, you don't want to ask for any taxes because they're going to tell you no.
And along these lines, talking about taxes, because this would be the time to start to work on it, are we going to have this fight with TDC again? They don't call it TDC, the
TDT.
Are we going to have this fight again?
Yeah.
Because this would be the time to start the fight if we're going to have that.
They were trying to, there was a discussion last year in legislative session about taking TDC money and using it as an off place for property taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about doing.
I will say, when we were down there in Orlando, I had that discussion with a couple folks that seems to think that monster hadn't gone away.
Yeah.
They just came in too late.
Yeah.
If they would have been a little
Well,
sooner,
yeah.
that could have got some strong legs.
That's gonna ruin small
Then November
counties.
is the time to
that's
start
gonna
that fight
cripple
then.
us.
So the two conversations I've had based on that was, number one, we did, how this happened, with the middle of everything that's going on, I'll never know. But we did get the language amended or added, so we're not held under the $10 million cap anymore. So everything we have on our plan to do with TDC, I told Ms. Aaron, I said, Ms. Aaron, when we get past the budget, you might need to hire a robot, because we got some work to do.
Yeah.
With the things we've said we want to do to improve Franklin County, to make improvements, we need to get those projects underway.
Better get
So
on it,
money's
because that money
encumbered.
may not be there.
Yes.
years from now.
Have the money encumbered.
So,
Yeah.
so Mr.
Because
Chairman,
that's what it was taken for.
So I guess basically, because these policies are due August 1st, I believe.
Yes.
We don't even need to worry with that?
I wouldn't worry with it. I don't think it's gonna go nowhere.
Okay.
Anything to do with the tax increase, they're gonna tell you that.
Okay.
We need to send them a bill
Yeah.
on
we
that
do.
92% property that.
Yeah, we do.
That we don't have that's taxable.
Mr. Chairman, I do know that Attorney Schuler has something coming up on his report about policy, but we'll wait on that. But anyway, that's all I have on that one.
So when is the policy due?
I think it's August 1st.
The
August
first,
1st?
yep.
Do we have a next meeting?
Mm.
46?
No, sir. Our next meeting is on the 6th of August.
But we don't, that's why we're talking about these today.
Yeah.
But we can submit policies without this board's approval.
Yeah.
Because the policies are being submitted to fact. And then it has to go through their process with their committees
Yeah.
and whether they're adopted or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, from the information items I have, the most important one is item number 6, in my opinion, is reminding the board that your budget workshops are next Thursday and Friday.
Thursday.
Start at 9, probably just Thursday, if Friday will be a free day, if that's a if needed type of deal. And then the PUD enabling ordinance, that starts on Friday at 6 PM, right here in this meeting room.
All right. Anyone else have anything for Mr. Morone before we move on? All right, Attorney Schuler?
All right, so 2 action items. The first is follow up on the board's authorization for me to get a time and cost estimate from Dewberry to prepare some road construction plans as part of the land swap. that's been proposed by Duke Energy. I met and worked with Mr. Josh Stevens with Dewberry. He has provided the cost estimate for the design that's attached to my report. He's estimating as much as 2.5 months to begin and complete the process of having the plans created, sent to Duke Energy, and hopefully they'll approve it within that 2.5 month span. Frankly, notice he put down 192 linear feet. We don't really need that much. I think it's probably closer to 100, closer to half that. So I will be working with him to try and cut down that cost. But his cost estimate is $11,500 for the design. So I'm asking for board approval to authorize me to engage Dewberry to prepare those plans at a not to exceed cost of $11,500, and then I will work with him to try and whittle that down. Because like I said, I think we only need a design to get us underneath their 70-foot wide transmission line easement. What we do beyond that doesn't really matter. But at this time, it will matter in the future.
And Mr. Chairman, the reason why we're doing this is because we have to have access to the property.
Yes, that is the only access point that literally there's a paved road, Kevin Road, that terminates about 100 feet from the boundary line of Duke Energy, and that's what crosses over property owned by the city of Apalachicola. There's an access easement that's of record that we would be the benefit of to get us from the end of the public road, Kevin Road, across that city property to connect to the Duke Energy property, and that runs underneath their transmission line, and they are requiring construction plans before they'll make a final decision. I'm expecting it'll be just a matter of checking a box and they approve it, because right down the road you see plenty of paved roads underneath power lines. But I think we do need that box checked before we swap land with them.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to approve.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second, did you second it?
I second it. We all seconded it.
Seconded by Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Groom. Any other discussion?
Could we engage with Duke on some cost sharing with that? I mean, they're benefiting from it too.
I could ask, but
Well, it don't never hurt to ask.
I agree.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind asking
Yeah.
as well.
Do I need to make that part of my motion, or is that just
Okay.
direction?
I'll be
Well-
happy to ask.
Do we need to make?
Let me clarify something. I'm fine with adding it to the motion, but is the motion going to be if they're not going to cost share, we're not going to do it?
That's a good question.
What I heard as instruction was to ask. It didn't.
Yeah.
I did not
That's what I
understand
wanna make sure
I
of
didn't
that.
understand there was a red light if they said no.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to help you and make sure you have clear direction. That's
Yes,
all I'm
sir.
doing.
Yes, sir. I understand.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So the motion would include asking them to cost share. Do you want to
Yes.
amend your motion?
Yes.
Do you want to amend your second?
Amend my second.
I'll amend.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
I'll amend it.
So the motion's been amended and seconded. Any additional discussion on this amended motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, go ahead, sir.
Second action item is ratification of the placement of some no parking signs at Spring Street over near the Lanark Phoenix Station that Commissioner Sanders had brought up at the last meeting. I'm doing this as a belts and suspenders measure, because the way I read the ordinance, Mr. Morone has the authority to authorize the placement of the no parking signs after consultation with the board, and it was discussed at the board meeting. But I would prefer that the board ratify that action by motion and vote. Commissioner Sanders tells me that she has seen where the signs have been placed and she approves
Yeah.
them.
The road department did it. I make a motion that we go ahead and approve it, and everybody's out there is happy.
I second the motion.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, seconded from Commissioner Amison. Any additional discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman and board members, a short while ago, I received a text message from Grayson Shepherd telling me that it's an urgent matter that the board, he didn't say for the board to authorize, but he needs someone from the county to sign the manifest because they have additional deployments at the Buddy Ward Reef. What y'all have done in the past was to authorize Mr. Morone to sign that manifest so they can proceed with the placement. But the gist of the text message, it says, needs signatures ASAP. So this is an add-on to my report. However, it is really more of a procedural, not a substantive matter. So it's up to the board if you want to call for public comment, but I think. you
It's
can
something we're
offer-
already doing, isn't it?
Yes, this is like the third.
We voted on this already.
So I
Yes.
think just a motion and second without
Okay.
public comment is appropriate.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, and then moving on to information and possible discussion items, I'll jump to the executive session draft. I had a conversation a few weeks back, shortly after the annual conference, with Commissioner Ward. She told me that she had been appointed to the, I guess, the FACT Legislative Policy Committee. I hope I'm remembering that correctly, or at least mostly correct. And she brought that up in context of me telling her that it sure would be nice if the legislature would amend the statute that authorizes executive sessions during litigation, but also authorize us to have executive sessions when we receive a Burt Harris claim like we're currently facing. She said, well, guess what? She's on that committee. She had asked me to draft something. I know from past conversations with Attorney David Theriak that he had drafted similar language, so I went to him instead of recreating the will. He couldn't find his draft, so I have drafted the proposed document that's in my report today. And I brought it up today because I knew that I was under the impression that y'all needed to take action and discuss it today in advance of the August 1st deadline, but that sounds like that may not actually be a.
No, it has to be submitted by August 1st, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, what I was saying earlier, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to confuse. What I was saying earlier to Commissioner Croom is this board doesn't necessarily have to approve us individually turning in policy proposals to FACT.
Okay.
Because then it's going to go through their committees, and they may or may not even make it through anyway.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
But it's worth a shot to ask.
Yes.
With
So
that,
just with
Chair.
that brief introduction, I don't know if Commissioner Ward, you have something you want to add to that, or how the board wants to consider this draft amendment to the executive session statute, and whether you do or do not want it turned into the policy committee. That's way above my pay grade.
I'm good with it. I mean, if it'll help boards and how they're functioning, I have no problem with that.
And just as you said, it's on your report, this language?
It should be as an attachment.
Because I don't really see, I see.
Yes, it looks like this. I'm sorry, I didn't number the pages. But the beginning of the page refers to the excerpt from July 9th, 2025.
Oh, okay,
the
okay.
Sunshine website. The underline is the new language. I didn't strike anything
I see,
out.
I see.
Now, I will say, I know from years past on the county attorney chat room, this issue has been brought up before, and it's always been shot down by the legislature in terms of authorizing county commissions to meet in executive session outside of pending litigation. So,
Why don't they have the courts depend on that instead of the legislature?
the legislature.
Since it's a legal
legislative matter.
question.
When the Constitution requires public meetings, and then they have a statute that
Yeah.
regulates your public meetings and then imposes requirements and penalties if you meet outside of a public meeting. And one of those statutorily authorized exceptions is the executive session during pending litigation. But as Commissioner Amison said, you don't know till you ask. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be I mean, as long as the board's okay, I'll be
Yep.
happy to submit that on behalf of the board. And the most they could tell us is, no, we're not gonna do it, or FACT can say, well, we don't think this is appropriate, or we don't like this, or want this. I mean, we had one where they were talking about, EOC meetings, where we're
Yeah.
all gonna be present, it's a sunshine law violation, or we have
No,
to
yeah, no.
publicly advertise, that we're all gonna be at an EOC. Obviously, they know that, I feel like we all are gonna go to EOC when there's an impending storm, to be there on on behalf of our county to make decisions, and so that was one of the questions too. So I don't see why this is kind of in line with that, along that same kind of scenario, because there are some things, that this kind of parlays and addresses, but I will keep this and submit that, as long as the board's okay with that.
Yep.
And Commissioners, that was really the only time-sensitive issue on my other information discussion items. You want me to push the rest of them off to the August 6th meeting, or do y'all want to proceed and discuss the rest of them today.
No, go ahead.
I do have a question, Mr. Chairman, on your informational item on the draft ordinance for the beach fires.
Okay.
There was no date. So is that, you said in there's no dates. Like, is that going to be just through turtle season, May to October?
Oh, no
Or is that going to be
dates.
like a year-round?
If you'll recall, that issue was brought up when the request came into the last meeting, and I told the board that I was going to draft it as a blanket across the board, fires being banned on the beach, because in addition to turtle season, they were describing, fire hazards, and that's not going to be dependent on turtle season. I mean, we did get sued for a lot of money several years back because someone did some sort of a ceremony on the public beach on St. George Island by the lighthouse because someone had passed, and I guess they were spreading the ashes out at night. They then covered up the hot embers with sand, and then the next morning, of course, it's still insulated and scalding hot, and the lady got burned pretty badly. So I was just going to propose for your consideration a year-round ban, and then if y'all get to the public hearing and you decide you want something less than that, I think you can do that without re-advertising. But if I just said turtle season and that's all that was advertised, I don't think you could expand it because, you're doing more than you would advertise for as opposed to less.
Oh, no.
Well, on your draft ordinance, it does say turtle
Does it?
season. Yes, it does.
I'm sorry, but
That's why I was asking.
It wasn't my intent.
And that was my question too, because I know we briefly had a discussion about, during winter months when it's cold. But, I guess we'll discuss that in the workshop.
And that's one of the things that we put into it many years ago was the warming fires for the winter when people goes out there and fish.
Do we even have a winter where there needs to be?
Well, let me clarify. It does say, the whereas where the fires on the beach constitute a hazard to sea turtles, that would be one of the reasons, but the whereas above that, I don't, let me just reread it, but I don't think there's, no, this would be year-round.
Okay. I gotcha. So you just two whereases covering all entities.
I just noticed a typo. Good thing it's a draft. So, but if the board's directions are do it for turtle season, then that's what I'll go ahead and amend it for now. I mean, that's the reason we bring it up.
I'm fine with the way it is right now.
I think it's better to have the public hearing. We can always narrow it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'll do then.
Because we want the public's input as well.
And then, is the board ready for me to reschedule two public hearings that were canceled recently because we did not have a full board? And I was just asking if y'all are ready for me to reschedule those two public hearings, or do you want me to hold off? What are the board's directions?
I'm fine with
I'm good with
Reschedule.
that. Just check, if you're talking about September, check the schedule really good, because there's a lot going on with hearings and.
Oh, no, you'll be getting this next.
Okay.
The next, it'll probably be your August.
Okay.
When I can't. Yeah, I might be able to get it in for August the 6th.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. And then just informational, there was a discussion at the last meeting about the bridge cleanup contract, so I pulled out some of that information. It just automatically renews every fiscal year with the sheriff's department unless either party terminates with 10 days notice.
So what does it look like if we wanted to try to get to see if there were individuals that were interested in doing that instead of the sheriff department?
I think you could advertise that, and then if you decide you don't want to go with the sheriff's department, you just notify him of the termination.
Yeah, well, you might get no response and keep it with him. I don't know how that's gonna go, but I'm saying, when does it automatically renew?
Beginning of each fiscal year, October 1st. Unless somebody does something, it will just keep renewing annually for each fiscal year. Because the problem we ran into, not only with the sheriff, but with the prior provider, is the contract renewal fell through everybody's, just fell through the cracks, and people were moving right along, still doing the work, but the contract expired, sometimes years before.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And don't you have to, Mr. Chairman, have certain insurance, or isn't there some kind of big?
There's like a multimodal permit or something they have to get from FDOT and things of that nature. So, so yes, there are essentially safety criteria and insurance requirements that they would have to comply with.
Just so if the board's, I don't know how we feel about that, but if the board's not wanting to do that, maybe it's time to renegotiate that contract to get them to do more cleaning instead of what it is. Because I think that's the only issue that I've heard come up with residents, is they still don't feel like it's being cleaned appropriately, especially from Labor Day to Memorial Day, Labor Day, that summertime, you know. So it might be something where we can renegotiate that contract, so it can be done more often.
With the sheriff?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, one of the two, you need to do one of the two, you know what I mean?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I would ask that you first consider, let's have a discussion with the sheriff
Yeah,
about
yeah.
what it would cost.
Yeah.
I
Well, what
think
is-
that's a better path, right?
Well, Mr. Chairman, but how much, what's the contract between FDOT and the county?
So the
Is it down to
FDOT
X
is,
amount
they're
of
only gonna give
times?
an X amount of number.
Okay,
X
okay.
amount of dollars, period.
Yeah.
The county would have to be paying more. To do more. But now, keep in mind, it's supposed to be for 4 bridges.
Wow.
It's supposed to be for the Gorey Bridge, the Apalachicola Bay Bridge, the one to the island, and the one going to Caribou. It's supposed to be for 4 bridges, not just one. You know what I mean? So, or not just 2.
I've never seen them on Carabel Bridge.
It's supposed to be for all 4
Okay,
bridges.
I didn't know that either.
Yes.
Okay.
Chairman's correct.
Yes.
It's interesting.
All right, Commissioners, that concludes my report. Unless you have
All
any
right.
questions for me, I'm
You have anything for Attorney Schuler?
Yeah, I got something. But go back to the policy, the FAC policy discussion that we had a while ago. And I seen it when I clicked on it at the house one day. But on the submission form that they provided, and I don't know if it's something new, but it said, does the county BOCC support the proposal on there? Was it always there?
I don't know, that might be something new.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
But just having a look at the dates, though, it said deadline for submission is August 8th, so we'll have a meeting at 6.
Okay.
So that'd be good for us.
Yeah.
We can discuss on the 6th.
It would.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
Yep.
good to know.
But that was it right there.
I'll
add that back to my report.
Yeah, add it back, because we'll need to vote on it, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Attorney Schuler.
Yes,
you
sir.
answered- You answered 2 of my questions already. My last one is, and I know we gotta be careful, which I have been, but to somewhat rebuttal against false narratives and misinformation, I feel like with intent regarding your item number 3. Is there a problem with like us notifying the public what an actual PUD versus commercial zoning is, and not, without mentioning specific issues?
The answer is, of course, you can provide information to your constituents.
Yeah.
Now, as far as like rebuttal and misinformation, I don't know that I would. I'm not quite even sure
As in-
because I'm not privy to all that. I haven't seen any of that. I don't really know what that means, but I think maybe getting a fact sheet together. That's actually something that Mr. Morone and I had already discussed. He wanted to have Ms. Alara put together a fact sheet along the lines of what you're talking about. It's just, it's very professional. It's geared just to, here's information. Our problem is Ms. Alara is not available. She left on vacation last week, and she won't be back until like the evening of the 22nd, so there's really not time for her to prepare the fact sheet. I can certainly get together with Bree and Justin and chat with them and see if they can come up with some sort of a fact sheet summary of what a PUD is and have that provided by them to each of the commissioners.
Because there's a bunch of misinformation that's going out, and I haven't responded. When I talk to them in person or whatever, I respond. But it's just a bunch of false narratives out there.
Yeah, I've always advised commissioners not to. Again, I don't know the specifics, but I've always advised commissioners don't respond to things like that. I mean, you'll be in a public hearing, you'll have your chances to speak at that time. But again, that's always at the discretion of each commissioner. I mean, y'all are elected officials, and if y'all want to respond, then certainly you can. But
We just can't just can't respond on social media. That's the only thing. Because it could be a sunshine law violation if we.
Not among the five of you, no.
Yeah, but even on social media, we can't
Yeah.
rebuttal or respond or say this is
Oh,
incorrect or,
gotcha.
because I see the same, but I don't say anything because we
Yeah.
can't. Because it could be a sunshine law violation. A lot of people think we're being silent and
Devious.
not transparent,
Not transparent,
but we can't. And like a lot of people say, well, why don't y'all do social media and live videos like some other people? We can. We can't do those types of things because we can't say anything that I can't say or call up Anthony or Commissioner Croom or any of these guys to say, hey, what do you think about this vote we got coming? That's a sunshine law violation. What we talk about, we have to talk about during these times, and that's why Commissioner Amos has always said, well, it's the only time we can talk about it. So that's why. And a lot of people don't think that. They think that we're just being nefarious or there's malfeasance or we're being not transparent, and we are. We are.
Unless you're in
We
a
can't.
public setting with a quorum of commissioners, the answer is exactly what you said. Y'all can't have that discussion.
But can we post facts, as in like a fact sheet?
Let me have the planner prepare a fact sheet, and we'll have Mr. Morone send it
Yeah,
out.
so I hear what Commissioner Ward is saying. The scary thing is
It's a
you
gray
don't want to
area.
have yourself in a position, and Commissioner
Gray
Croom,
area.
you're right, post a fact, but somebody say, aha, he's telling the others how he's going to vote. You see, it's a terrible position to be in. You are in a bad position because you know what's being said is not true. You want to fix it, but then you don't want to get yourself in a position where they think you're trying to influence your other commissioners using social media. And I think that's where Commissioner Ward is coming from, correct?
Yes.
So what you would do is have the planner come up with a fact sheet. We'll get it to Mr. Morone. Mr. Morone can post it to the county website. And then you can just say, hey, if you want information that's on the county website, go to this link. And then they can get the information that they want.
Which dies right there, because you know, and I know, everybody in this community wants you to engage on Facebook. And the best thing, in my opinion, is don't respond, because there might be 600 comments on that thread, and you respond, then Commissioner Jones happens to say something, or Commissioner Ward, or Commissioner Amison, Commissioner Sanders is safe, because she don't Facebook. But what I'm saying is
She and I have the same Facebook
then
page.
you've got a sunshine issue
Right.
there, because you're engaging on the same conversation.
That's
My
why-
advice to you is just
Let me just tell you.
just go to private message, or either what I've done, I've had people call me, and I've told them, I said, no, that's not true, this and that, whatever. And this is what it really, I had one in the office the other day. I said, I know what you're saying, but, this is the facts. But anyway.
Well, and let me tell you, I've been subject to a public records request on my email back when it was dial-up. And the thing about it is, on dial-up, I had 4,900 and something emails that I had to go through on dial-up. Well, my dial-up there, dial-up in the woods ain't like dial-up here in town. I mean, it took forever. I had to take my modem to somebody, let them do that, and they were looking for specific conversation that never happened. Never. And then, 6 months after I retired, they said, oh, we're so sorry, we did this public records request on you. I said, that's all right, you'll find out how it is one day when you get into public office. And eventually he did, and he found out that he got a public records request too. So, I mean, it can happen. But that's the reason why you always stay above board on anything you do. And it's like the old saying that if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's more than likely a duck, but that's not always the case. But, but anyway.
Do we get any questions answered anywhere in here? Because I'm ready to move on to commissioner comments.
Oh, I thought we were in commissioner comments.
we hadn't let him off, we hadn't let Attorney Schuler off the hook.
Well, I will dredge up the old social media policy that the board asked me to draft a number of years ago, and it was, the essential summary is what I just said: don't respond. I mean, just whether you get to your public setting, if there's factual information that they need, direct them to staff. Staff can give them that information, but just, posting things online is just, I'll just advise against it.
No, I will, Mr. Chairman, when, like, I will say upcoming PUD, upcoming hearings, upcoming this, upcoming that, just to be transparent. But I flat out say, disclaimer, I cannot comment on anything on this post. I'm just letting the public know about it. I'm not making comments. I nip it in the bud right then and there. I'm being transparent because I'm letting you know, hey, we got these important things coming up, but I can't comment on them.
Correct, that's fine. I mean, you're just giving, like, the same thing that's already been advertised, has been on my report a few times now, so.
All right, so we're done with the turn of shoulder. Any commissioner comments? I'm gonna hit with this gavel. They ain't gonna be here.
Better hit it quick.
Meeting adjourned.